All right, so let's get on with this recap real quick, and then if you guys need to adjust or whatever, it is what it is. So, last session began with Gladier startling awake at the Levistian family breakfast table. This, of course, scatters the trinkets and various bric-a-brac the party and Locris's parents had been balancing on his shoulders and head. As the party finishes up breakfast and coffees, they begin planning their next move. A knock at the door reveals Captain Lorelis in full gear and on duty. He apologizes, but insists on everyone in the home being escorted to the Siluran Royal Hall, where a council is meeting. The party, surrounded by a plethora of royal guard, tailed by another escort of guards, hauling in another escort of guards hauling in a bound and gagged Tutu, and a handful of his guildmates, all head to the royal hall. As they enter a tall room with marble floors, pedestals holding elven diplomats surround the room and look down upon them. A high elven court was then held. A magistrate in black tried to officiate the will of the crowd, the party, Captain Lorelis, and Tutu as well. And they were all very forthcoming with what they presented to the council, though the council was mostly skeptical and at some points in an outrage. The council struggles on a course of action to take. The judgment of the court ultimately decided by the King of Brightwood, attending the meeting via this massive floating mirror. In the end, the party for equality, Tutu for redemption, and Captain Lorelis for support, and also to watch Tutu, are all thusly conscripted by the King of Brightwood to slay the dragon Fentorganoth, the last snow, an ancient white worm. Advised briefly by Zeriotal Yaxilius, an advisor to the king, emissary to the realm of dragons, and a great copper dragon himself, the party made a few plans and then were escorted by Captain Lorelis to a few places within Siluran City proper, helping guide the party to places that they may equip themselves with some of the best gear that the masterful High Elves had to offer. After a bit of prep and gearing up, the party makes their way back to the Twin Horn Club for a bit of a drink and to participate in some drunken antics and revelry. The party getting deep in their cups, enjoying the celebrations and libations provided, even enjoying a beautiful performance and great soliloquy, by the way, by Blade, finally winding down for the night. All but Logos returned to the Levistian family home to retire, Logos electing to stay overnight at the club. And the following morning, as the roosters crow at dawn's light, that is where we are now. So, as you guys begin to stir in the early morning, you definitely, first thing that you're aware of is that there is movement, shuffling, it sounds like Dardros and Initiari are hard at work. You hear them going to and fro about the home, and the smell of breakfast. You can hear the sizzle of bacon and smell, fresh cooked meats and things.
I think Glader would have woken up like 2 hours before everyone else just to make sure he didn't get stacked on top of him again. He probably heads down and maybe starts helping setting the table.
As you kind of help out, you notice Dardros is cooking up some bacon and eggs, and he's got some gravy going and things. He's also got a good strong pot of coffee going. And as you kind of come out to help Gladier, you notice that Initiari is using. She's sitting on. Almost looks like a pedal bike.
Renwick would probably take some time on all his blades, double checking like all his bolts, like checking the tension on his hand crossbow. And I have a question for you, Sean. So normally applying a poison to something would be an action. Is there a way that if I'm doing it in advance that I could like take the vial of poison and maybe wrap it on the end of a bolt so that I could like essentially speed it to a bonus action so I could like crack it on the ground to activate the poison basically?
That is a good question. I'll say if you want to prep it ahead of time, you know, I would allow something like that for sure. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. I'm just gonna take the stun poison and I'm gonna wrap it around the tip of a bolt so it's kind of like a quick release per se, and I'll mark that down. Thanks, buddy.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. So Gladier, as you're kind of helping set this table and things, Inatiari is sitting on what looks to be like it looks like a wooden bicycle. However, when she's sitting on this seat and pushing these pedals, these like bicycle like pedals, but in front of her, these small like wooden like arms and things like just rods and whatnot. She's basically using this machine to drive a needle and thread through some material. So it's like an old school foot pedaled sewing machine essentially, and she is going to work on. She looks like she didn't sleep a wink. She's covered in a bit of sweat, and she's sewing up these massively thick pieces of hide or fur. Like it's just thick, long brown fur, and she's doing rather large chunks of them currently.
Yeah, I think I'd grab a cup of coffee for her and bring it over. Those look like they're coming along nicely. Did you get any sleep at all last night?
She wipes her brow and takes a deep breath and stops for just a moment. Oh, thank you. No, I tried, but sleep wouldn't come to me. I'm too worried. I don't know. Just don't like this whole mess. She kind of sips her coffee and she quickly, doesn't like to be idle. So after a sip of her coffee, she thanks you, but then sets it down and gets back to work, really hammering some needle and thread into these thick pelts.
Yeah, I think he'd kind of leave her to her work, understanding she probably wants to distract herself. So he'd just go off and maybe just get himself a helping of food and sits down and starts eating.
Dardos pours you a cup of coffee and slides it across this table. And then you see him pull out a wooden pipe and for his usual morning ritual, he packs a pipe with some tobacco and makes his way outside and goes and sits outside his front door, essentially near his front window, and begins enjoying a pipe. And as the party kind of stirs, tell me how you guys kind of proceed. And note that Logos is not amongst you.
Well, it's most likely important that we make our way over, talk to Tutu, see what he and his people are going to be able to offer us. You know, they're obviously pretty dexterous, but maybe there's a few of them that might have some magic or some special talents or something we could put to use.
Yeah, we need to go pick up Logus anyway. I'm pretty sure he's probably still over there.
Upon waking up, Locris would take the time to meditate with his new Sunblade and have it break down and enter into his body or onto his body like the tattoo ink that he normally draws from. And then he'll pull out the porcelain mask, the mud stick figure from the Bullywugs, and the necklace of skulls that he took off the bugbear, I think. Either way, he's going to put it on a shelf and kind of decorate his room a little before heading down to eat.
Nice. Go ahead.
In true fashion, I could see Blade kind of being last to get up out of bed and see him kind of waking up, and he's just like no one else may be in the room, like because we were all sharing a room, right? Or were we in separate rooms?
Locris had his own quarters, but the rest of you were kind of bunking up. Also, Logos wasn't there, so really it was you, Renwick, and Gladier.
So I guess with Blade waking up, not seeing anyone else in the room, and being, Archie, could you go see what the group is up to? So like you could maybe see like this little celestial blue crab kind of crawling out of the the room and maybe walking to the stairs. And if you could imagine a crab going down the stairs, it probably wouldn't be very elegant. It would be just kind of take the first step and then just like front like flat on his face and just kind of like roll down the set of stairs down to the bottom. And there you see Archie just kind of looking around, and Blake kind of wargs into him to look and see who's up and who's about, and kind of works back and says, "Oh, all right, I guess it's time to get up. Everyone else is up."
Okay, yeah, as you guys all kind of slowly but surely make your way down to the breakfast table. Dardros is happy to serve you guys up, and Inatiari is just in a like sewing frenzy. And eventually, as the cock crows again and the morning begins, go ahead and tell me how you guys proceed from here.
I think we're trying to head over to Tutu's and find Logus, and then also see what kind of people Tutu is bringing along for the fight. Locust, do you want to? I'm not sure when exactly we're heading out, but well, actually, we'll probably have to come back for our winter coats that your fine mother is making us. So I guess maybe don't need to say goodbye just yet.
No, but it is time for last minute preparations. And we should find Logos and make sure he's okay. See if he found orcish women as comfortable as Sturge.
Ooh.
Did we leave him with the muscle mommy? I thought Gladiator went and got him. Said something about braiding hair.
Yeah, no, I
He
think
looked in on him, but then he left him.
he said he was fine. He said he was gonna hang out there and maybe meet up with us back at Locust's house, but he never came. So I'm assuming he's.
Well, maybe he did come, but
I see what you did there.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, well, I suppose we have to go talk to Tutu anyway, so we might as well check in over there, see if we run into him.
maybe we'll get lucky and the general will be there too, and we could get what his plans for this upcoming shit is.
All right.
Dardros kind of speaks up. He says, well, be sure to come say goodbye to us once your business is done. Don't leave us hanging. We've got a few things to finish off here this morning, but may the best of luck to come to the lot of you, and do hurry back. I'd like to see you one more time before you go. He kind of puts his, clasps Locris's shoulder and looks to him intently for a brief moment, and then goes to cleaning up the dishes and things left behind from serving everybody breakfast.
So maybe as like we're heading out the door, Blade is going to kind of stand there and go, I don't know if we're going to have any other time, but to make preparations, but I might take this time to sit down with Archie and maybe reconfigure him a little bit. I don't know how well a crab will fare against a dragon. If you need me to go with you, I will, and if you think we'll have more time along the road, I'll certainly do that, but this might be a good time.
I mean, you know where we're going, so if anything, just do what you gotta do, and you know where to meet us.
I have no idea where I am.
That's always step one.
Oh,
Yeah, it should
goddamn,
be
that was
fun.
funny.
Alright, I guess we just head off towards Tutu's.
Okay, yeah, you guys can head off towards Tutu's. Blade, you can accompany them, or take the time to resummon a better version of Archie, or transform him into more suitable familiar for the journey or whatnot.
Yeah, I think Blade's going to spend the time to stick around with Archie, make sure he does a proper kind of ceremony for him, and yeah.
Okay, great. Renwick and Gladier, Locris, as you guys kind of come out of the Levistian family home, there is like a small crowd standing around, and they look concerned. They all look at you guys with kind of like a bit of worry and concern, and one of these people, mostly tieflings, but there are humans and halflings and things mixed in. But one of these tieflings comes forward and comes up to you, Locris, and places a wreath. It looks to be mostly vine and flowers. And she places a wreath over your head and around your neck, and she kind of gives you a light bow and says, thank you. And she backs away into the crowd, and the crowd kind of looks at you guys with a lot of disdain. Like, they're kind of a dirty and poor lot, and they realize you guys are kind of taking on something, whether you meant to make it in their name or not. But the look of genuine concern kind of, as they kind of follow you with their eyes as you guys make your way down the block or so it takes to get to the Twin Horn Club. As you guys approach the Twin Horn Club, you notice a couple of things. One, Captain Loreless stands at the ready with a dozen shiny elven knights of the Royal Guard, all standing in formation just outside the Twin Horn Club. And aside from that, you do see, we'll turn our attention over to Logos. Logos, you and Tardok kind of having a leisurely morning together, maybe hit a little bit of breakfast, and trading and swapping tales. But she kind of leads you outside, and at the behest of her companions, they're kind of waiting in the wing, but you hear them heckle her occasionally, and she just kind of turns her attention to you and says, "You, great warrior, Tardok thinks we will be slowed by presence of the dragon. Good luck to you in your quest, warrior. May you fight well and die better. And she goes to give you a dab.
Our dap is so clean, it's like crispy. So like makes the air pocket sound. It's like resonates through the town. And my night was very special with you, Tardok. You taught me many things. I don't think I've met a finer warrior than yourself as well. Once I slay this dragon, I'll find you and I'll bring you a tooth.
The dragon has slowed progress to the east. But this is Nightwood where we head. So, perhaps I will see you again, warrior, and we will trade tales once more.
Nightwood. Oh, I know that place very well. I can almost guarantee we'll meet again. And I'll like kiss her hand and kind of wave goodbye to her companions and see her off as I see the party coming up. And duty calls, friends, eh?
Yeah, she saunters off to her friends who catcall you guys, and then they all kind of, warrior up and head off about their own business. Logos, you guys notice, has a dope new haircut. Would you care to explain the Viking braid situation you've got going on now, Logos?
Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? And Logos will kind of like do a little twirl for them. Uh, while we were, trading tales, it's customary for them to give a warrior's haircut. I mean, I've had my long hair forever, but I think this is makes me look a little more badass. At least Tardok says so. And it's like a warrior's like in their custom, like the longer the hair, longer the braid, the fiercer the warrior.
Yeah, you look like a new man, Logus.
Buddy, I feel like a new man. I like this haircut a lot. I don't think I'll forget Tardok for a while. She taught me a lot of things.
That was the goal.
Yeah, like I didn't know a lot about orc heritage. I didn't know about the warrior haircut. I mean, she told me about the birds and bees. I mean, it's always good learning more information.
Renwick will pat Gladier on the back and be like, "Well, buddy, it looks like you dodged that bullet. You don't have to tell him about the birds and the bees now."
Later, like, visibly looks relieved. Like a weight is
Actually,
lifted off.
Gladier, I would like to know from a man's perspective about the birds and bees. So, I mean, maybe we could still have that talk one day.
His head just drops. Yeah. Whatever you need, buddy.
Well, I mean, he needs to learn about the birds from you since they're the only other creatures that lay eggs.
That's right. Dragonborns lay eggs like birds. Maybe there's some kind of correlation there.
Do you guys ever think anybody accidentally mixed up the eggs and like a dragonborn was raised by Aarakocra? Sorry, intrusive thoughts.
Well, I'm sure that would only last for about 6 months before the Dragonborn ate the Aarakocra.
I don't eat other, sentient humanoid things. We're not. Never mind. And he just walks off and tries to find Toot.
You enter the Twin Horn Club, and it is fucking trashed. There is, all tables that have been split in two. All the furniture's misarranged. There's a broken window. There's about 10 people in this room who are not only half naked, but also just sleeping in or around their own refuse. And Tutu is one of them.
I think a Glader would walk up to him and just like kick his boot, trying to wake him up.
Oh, Tutu, full blown 100% nudity. No boots. Just, sprawled next to a pile of his own vomit. And as you kick him, he kind of stirs, rubs one eye, and stares at you. He's like, oh, fuck. I was hoping that I could drink myself to death so the dragon wouldn't have to do it. Oh, big mistake.
Yeah, see, now you're gonna have to travel all day with a hangover. So, maybe not the best plan.
He sits up and vomits and then has to catch his breath as he slowly stands and kind of looks around the room for his gear. He's just kind of fuzzy, kind of confused, kind of putting the things together as to what and where and how he was doing last night. And he's definitely not super enthused or in a hurry to get ready, but as he's kind of going around, he finds a boot and then a glove, a pauldron. He wakes up a fellow guildmate, one of these fellows who has agreed to come with him. And slowly but surely, Tutu and crew begin getting prepared.
Tutu, by you being hungover, you probably kind of slowed your movements down, making it easier for the dragon to eat you. Kind of counterproductive.
Well, thanks for being a ray of sunshine for me there, kid. As he goes to drink a goblet of something that's been left on the bar, but as he tips it upside down, it's completely empty. He's disappointed and kind of tosses it to the side.
Renwick's going to walk over and reach into the bag of holding and pull out a bead of nourishment and give it to him and just be like, well, sunshine, sorry you're feeling crummy, but we're going to need your A game today. I don't think I need to explain to you the gravity of the situation. Do you have anybody in your lot that might have some special skills or anything that we could utilize in the planning here? And he'll pass him over the bead.
Oh, thank God, drugs. And he just swallows it like right away, immediately. So yeah, I mean, what you see is what you get. And he starts having a conversation about the local economy and how it's difficult to get a good piece of bread or a good loaf of bread around here for a reasonable price. But his hands tell you that it's him and his crew are quite quiet, quite cunning, and quite capable when it comes down to murder, essentially.
Well, murder is great, but we're not exactly going to get a sneak up on a fucking white dragon.
Well, to be honest, if you recall, nobody actually asked what I wanted. I mean, I don't know. I don't see how this is better than a decade in the dungeon, but duty calls. And he goes and like buries his head in a barrel of water nearby.
All right. So they're the bait.
Well, that's exactly what it seems like.
They'll just be our distraction.
Tutu, you guys are sort of the seedy underbelly around here. And he gives him a wink. What are the odds you have somebody that might be proficient with making explosives? We've got a firearm here, so that gunpowder substance. If we could basically form that into a larger component, maybe we could make some sort of explosive so we could blow part of the cave. Potentially bring some of it down on the dragon or something.
You know, if you had given me a week, I probably could have made something happen. But here, now, sorry, kid. My hands are tied in that neck of the woods.
I'll be sure to include that next time in the contract when we sign up to kill a dragon. And he'll just go sit back down, kind of like, no, fuck, what do we do?
So as Tutu and his lot kind of get prepared, Captain Loreless does come in and kind of see the sorry state of repairs of the room, but also Tutu and his crew, and he's just kind of stunned for a moment, shocked. Really, a mission to potentially save the city and thousands of people you love, and you can't even find the time to put on both boots. And he looks over at Tutu, who has still got one bare foot and one boot, as he kind of looks around, and he does eventually, he pushes over the only furniture that seems to be standing true, which, the wooden chair has one of its legs in his boot. As he pushes it over to get his foot in it proper, he says, fuck off, Captain. I said I'd help, but, I didn't say I'd be nice to you.
I think the two of you can settle your differences because the dragon's not going to give a shit whether or not you get along. So, set it aside for a day.
As Tutu and his crew kind of get their shit together, Tutu does eventually have a couple of his fellows slap a couple of tables and chairs back together, reasonably usable, and they all sit down and help themselves to some hair of the dog as well as some breakfast. They offer to the party as well, if you would like.
Oh no, thank you. I had breakfast with Tardoc already. I'm good to go.
Locust will eat a bite and then look at the captain. So, what do you have to bring to this fight?
Well, aside from myself, I have a dozen of the finest royal guardsmen I can muster, and they are not a green thumb amongst them. They're all veterans. They have all seen a scuffle, some 2, 3, or 4. Not quite the most hardened, but no longer green. This crew has seen several combats, and with me at their lead, they have been victorious every time. I trust them with my life, and they will obey my commands, including, he kind of looks to Tutu, apprehension of any individuals that maybe are not cooperative. He kind of smiles at Tutu. Tutu, just as he's like chewing some like a big old biscuit, doesn't even hide his disdain and just straight flips off Captain Loreless.
No,
Hey,
I
Captain,
don't think there's going to be a need for apprehension. And then he looks over at Tutu. He's like, no, this would be a great opportunity for you to show those high elves that you were able to accomplish a great task that they wouldn't have otherwise been able to handle. So you wouldn't go fucking that up now, would you?
I suppose you're some wise words there, but yeah. What I bring to the table is
Tutu.
myself and a crew of my finest. They might not be shiny, hard-hitting folks like your soldiers out there, but I'd wager me and my crew, maybe undetected in the shadows somewhere, can hit with every ounce of heat that you got and then some. If we can get the drop on somebody, it's not a doubt in my mind. We'll put this dragon down. But aside from me and my crew, I guess I could offer a bit of resources. I mean, is there something you guys need?
Renwick, weren't you in the market for something, some explosives or something?
Yeah, but he said that he'd need about a week to gather the supplies to make something like that. So the explosives are off the table, unfortunately.
I mean, I can get you a few sticks of dynamite, maybe, but that's the max of my extent of my abilities at the moment.
I will take anything we can get. We might be able to work with that.
He snaps his fingers in between eating his breakfast, and as he shovels another pile of food into his face, one of these accolades, one of these guild members of his, steps into a back room and returns. Let me roll a dice real quick. Returns and produces 2 sticks of dynamite. Hands them to you.
Much obliged.
Aside from that, we're pretty self-contained. I don't need any help traveling or maintaining a healthy water supply, food. Not to mention that they're warriors and worth their weight in violence, essentially, if need be. He kind of smiles at his crew. They're all, you notice they're all clad in leather. They all have dark cloaks. They are all tieflings, and most of them are men. There are 3 or 4 women in this group, but he's got a dozen behind him. They all look to be equipped with daggers, short blades, and it looks to be hand crossbows.
Captain, do you have any idea what the inside of this dragon's lair looks like? I know it was once a keep. Is that correct?
Nay, we're not sure where the dragon lairs. The dragon periodically visits the keep to keep it encased in a layer of ice. We have chiseled in and out to get soldiers and diplomats to and from where they need to be, but the dragon continuously returns and seals up the entrances to the keep, making travel to and from it somewhat difficult. But the dragon itself has taken a large swath of Brightwood as its own, and its lair is presumed somewhere within, according to Zeriotol. And we would have to search for it to locate it proper. I was assuming that you all would have a plan. The king said that one of your accolades was dragon slaying. I was hoping that you would have some sort of insight that we did not, but essentially my plan was to go in as a supportive role to engage where after I see, I guess you guys would be like the head of the spear. I will know how to best engage and apply myself and my forces when you take point, and I must see this thing and the terrain and whatnot to really understand and utilize my not only myself but my warriors to their greatest potential. Any do you guys care to give me any insight on maybe perhaps former dragon slaying ventures?
Well, the green dragon that we faced was kind of racist towards elves, so it's kind of easy to bait him um, to focusing attention on mainly me. I mean, I don't think these guys got a scratch on him. He was chasing me the whole time. Um, and to be honest with you, Captain, I mean, most of our plans are just kind of wing it till you win it type deal. Um, yeah, we fly by the seat of our pants.
But one thing we can say is don't to not bunch up your forces too much, because when these things use their breath weapon of choice, not of choice, but of their whichever color dragon, they all have, as I'm sure you know, have their own different types of breath weapon, and much of them are disastrous to a group that is bunched together.
Also, I'm not sure if this keep is due east, but um, Tardok, before she left, said the dragon was slowing progress to the east. Am I to assume that that's the direction of the dragon last known whereabouts?
Not quite. Captain Laurelus throws down a map of the region, and he points to where Sillerin is, and he says about a half day's travel on the other side of Lake Sillerin is where this swath of land has been turned into a frozen landscape, and it stretches for miles and miles around, but is essentially looks like it is focused on this keep. A large like gash of this map is actually like frozen tundra and whatnot. So the gap that this dragon has claimed as its own territory is probably maybe 25 miles long and a dozen miles wide. So it's a pretty large gap, and at the very end, at the very tip, like where this creature's domain that it's claimed for itself ends, is where Levistian Keep is. It looks like it falls within the domain that this dragon has claimed for itself, and perhaps why it's so interested in terrorizing it.
On the map, do I see anywhere where like what Tardog was talking about its slowing progress to the east, or just that going that way is harder because of the frozen tundra?
It would be. It looks like going that way would be more difficult because of the frozen tundra, but also the added difficulty and danger of that frozen tundra being, territory claimed by a dragon. This would be like where it prefers to hunt and things like that and prowl. So you run the risk of crossing it, even if without the difficult terrain.
Uh, you know, each dragon is different in its own right. I mean, the green dragon we fought hid in a cave and waited for us to happen upon it. I mean, we have no idea if this dragon is keen on maybe setting up an ambush of its own. I mean, I know dragons aren't stupid, or if it's boastful and looking for a fight, or you know, content with meeting us in an open field or engaging us directly in battle. It's hard to tell until we see it, unfortunately.
Well, I think we've discussed this a little bit amongst ourselves, and we think that potentially our best option would be to confront it in its lair, preferably while the dragon is out of its lair. We can sneak in and get prepared ourselves, and then take it by surprise. But inside the lair, it's not going to have the same maneuverability as it would out on flat ground and open air. So, with it being able to fly in the air, it's going to have quite the advantage on us. So I think essentially what we really need to do is try and locate its lair and try and be stealthy about it.
Which, if I recall, they said that once we get across the lake, we'll be able to get more information. So until we cross the lake, we're basically twiddling our thumbs. Drunk boy over here has got dragon food for us, and the captain is bringing people to poke it for a while, hopefully distract them from what we could do. And I just want to stop by the wizards one more time. I thought of something, and then I think we should just go.
I'm about as ready as I'm gonna get, so I'm with you. I'd rather get there and see what we're working with. Try to do our best to get the jump on this thing sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, because right now we're coming up with plan A, B, C, D, E, and F, and we don't even know the layout that could just totally piss on all of them. Locust stands up and walks out.
Renwick follows right behind.
Glader gives Tutu and the captain like an awkward nod and then follows after them as well.
Tutu and the captain, they follow suit and bring their crews. And as you guys kind of exit the, excuse me, as you guys exit the Twin Horn Club, once again there is like just a weird stillness in the air, and you guys are surrounded by members of the community. And similar to the wreath that they laid upon Locris, you guys see as these warriors and Tutu, they exit into the streets. A lot of people look like it's like family members. These are sons, these are brothers, these are fathers. You know, these guys are saying goodbye to their loved ones, who are all kind of like sobbing, and this like they have like this sense of duty. And the community is just kind of a real kind of putting on a show of respect for them. And you know, they all get this like wreath of flowers laid upon them, and they all kind of say their goodbyes to their family. And Tutu is not excluded. You do notice that not only does he have a wife, but a couple of small tiefling children as well that he embraces and you know, assures that everything's gonna be fine. And he leads him and his men out of the area. And as you guys kind of make your way into Silerin proper to kind of grab some last minute supplies, the elves at the gate, the royal guard, notorious for giving you guys shit, and just the mortal race's shit in general, they all stop what they're doing. And not only do they open the gates without a word, but each of them stands at a position of salute as the party passes by. The elves offering, you know, their sign of respect to not only Captain Loreless, but the entire party, you know, Tutu's tieflings included. And as you guys kind of make your way into the bustling marketplace to pick up some last minute supplies, what are you guys looking for?
You said we could get up to a 4th level spell as a scroll from the wizards, as long as it's a wizard spell, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to pick up a scroll of banishment.
Ooh, very nice. Okay, yeah. What level spell is that? 4th?
It's a 4th level spell, and yes, it is cast by wizards.
Okay, great. Yep, 2,000, I believe, was the agreed upon price for this spell scroll.
In that case, I'll get 2.
Perfect.
Anthony, quick question. Do you have like a locate creature spell or any sort of spell like that as a ranger or a druid?
I probably do. Let me take a second to look at.
While we're walking, I'm also going to pull out, or drop back. Hey, Glader, do you want any of the diamonds you asked me to hold on to? Just in case things get tricky.
Yeah, let me see what I got. so far. I've got a spell scroll of Revivify and 2 diamonds. Maybe maybe just give me a. I'll take one more of those diamonds for 300 gold, and just
Reach to
just
the
so I
bag
can,
of reach to the bag of holding, pull out 300 gold worth of diamond, and hand it over to him. All right, I have 600, so I got 2 more for you.
all right, sounds good. Hopefully we don't need to use them.
Anthony, if you don't have a locate
All
creature
I have
spell,
is locate. Yeah, I just have locate. I just have locate animals.
all right, no worries. Sean, I'm gonna buy a locate creature scroll. It's a 4th level wizard spell.
Okay, 2,000 up.
Yep.
Oh, wasn't I gonna give my spell scroll Revivify to Blade just in case? Didn't we talk about doing that?
You thought about it, but you didn't say one way or the other.
Yeah, let me give him the scroll just in case I go down. Somebody else can bring someone up. Is Revivify a bard spell? Can you use a spell scroll if it's not on your spell list?
We
I think
have been. I don't think Sean's made a rule where it has to be on your spell list to be able to cast.
Yeah,
bard.
and when I think I let Renwick try to cast a spell before he had warlock levels, just with like an Arcana check. Like even if you're not a spell caster class, there's a chance you could potentially use a spell scroll correctly. But if you have caster levels, I don't usually mitigate anything particular.
Gotcha.
Which I appreciate because that'd be kind of crappy. Oh, you can only cast spells that you can already cast.
Yeah. I think some bards can cast Revivify anyway.
I know some druids and rangers might be able to as well.
Yeah, I've played in groups where they don't allow non-casters to cast scrolls at all, or they require like a crazy high Arcana check to make it work, and it just hamstrings like so much creativity because like you're not going to use spells often if you're not a caster to begin with. Like I think I've used a scroll once in a year.
Yeah.
But it's cool to have the option.
Yeah, exactly. Harder spell to cast, higher DC. If you're not a caster and it's like a level 2 spell, you're looking at what, DC 14, maybe 15. If it's a level 9 spell, then maybe something a little more ridiculous. 1920 area. But.
Yeah, I think the way Pathfinder does it is like it's a flat DC 10 for anything like first level and lower, and then anything above first level, you add the spell level to DC, so it just progressively gets harder.
That's a good system. I like it.
Alright, so Glitter would usher Blade over. Wait, no, Blade's not with us. Okay, so he'll just remember to give it to him when they get back to Logish's house.
Okay, yeah. Is there anything you guys need to pick up in town before heading back?
Yeah, would I be able to find a can of Dragon Be Gone?
Try as you might. I'll give you a 20 on the investigation. You try hard. You spend the next week looking, and you still, nothing.
Hey, if he spends the
Well, I'm
next
out of
week, does that
ideas.
mean we can build a bomb?
Okay, I retcon that. So, as you guys kind of make your way back to the Tiefling district, the hustle and bustle of the city, all eyes upon you, and no longer kind of getting the sneering looks and shitty comments from a majority of the high elven locals, and a majority of the what they consider the mortal races are almost like overflowing with compassion. They look at you guys with like disdain and longing, and they're almost just sad for you. Like it looks like it's a hard task, and everyone is unsure and afraid, and they don't know what to think or what to do about this situation. But as you guys make your way back to Locris's family home and enter, Locris's father, Dardros, is just kind of cleaning himself up as you guys enter. He straightens up his pants and shirt to be fitting proper, and Inatiari kind of looks at you guys she looks tired. She's got kind of bags under her eyes and her brow is covered in sweat, but she's got like a beaming smile, and she says, just in time. I got one for each of you. And she goes to this table full of these like thick pelts, and she takes them and places one of them in each of your hands. And now she says, this material was something I had been kind of working with before, but it was rare and conscripted by the some local mages who, I guess it didn't turn out to be what they thought. I'm not sure. Anyway, I happen to have gotten myself quite a bit of mammoth hide, and I have fashioned each of you a jacket tailored to your specifications. And she presents each of you guys basically a mammoth skin trench coat, hood and all. And this is obviously some pretty intense cold weather gear.
Thanks, Ma. This is really going to help us.
She smiles and pinches your cheek. She says, anything I can do for you. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I mean, we'll uproot, right, Dardros? We'll uproot. We'll go live in. Where'd you say it was that you killed the Oh, there's dragons over there. Hordenshire, somewhere like that. Are you sure we could just relocate? We don't have to do any of this.
Hordenshire is full of dragonborn, so there's plenty of dragons there, and this has very little to do with this particular dragon. I have stuff I still need to do. And then he'll quietly bend down to her ear and say, the guy we're after, Renwick over there, killed his mom. We're doing this partly for revenge, because I know I'd go after the asshole if he ever tried that with you.
Her eyes go wide when you give her the information, and her lip stiffens, and she kind of fights back a sob. But she nods, and as you kind of pull away, she just kind of gravitates over to Renwick and just throws her arms around him, gives him a big hug.
Oh, he returns it, like big squeeze, and it's just like, thank you so much for making these for us. You don't know how much it means, truly. And for what it's worth, you remind me of Sophia, my mother. And he just squeezes her a little tighter.
She embraces you, and then kind of she turns her attention over to Logos, and she with like a motherly touch, she kind of like palms the side of your face, and with a tear in her eye, she gives you a warm embrace as well, and she whispers to you as she comes in for this hug, and she whispers, "Bring him back to me, okay? Please." And she embraces you tightly, and then kind of a tear in her eye and a stiff upper lip, she kind of while trying to stifle a cry, she moves away and kind of tries to like busy herself taking care of some of her like sewing equipment and some of these extra pelt discardings and things.
Logos would get a little teary-eyed, but try to maintain his resolve and just nod to her. And give her back her embrace, and before she breaks away, um, I will do everything in my power to bring home your son to you. And I'll like share her embrace and then let her go.
So as this kind of somber moment is taking place, Blade, what have you done to Archie?
So I'd imagine you probably would have taken this outside. You guys are having kind of like this, really sweet moment with Locris's parents, and Blade's just outside, kind of eyes closed, just kind of still, cross-legged on the ground, and there's this golden brazier right in front of him, and uh, maybe previously you would have seen like earlier he would have just been like, all right, Archie, and just kind of like take him, like just throw him into the fire. And but you start to see kind of flames kind of twirl and spinning around, and out from the flames, once again, just kind of like a phoenix, pops this massive owl that comes flying out of the fire, trails of ember following it, and it lands on top of the house. And Blade just kind of looks at him and says, I think flying's going to help you to, you know, navigate this beast a little bit. I think this will fit you. Maybe we should get inside."
He hoots happily and jumps down to post up on your shoulder as you enter, and you see the party kind of trying on these new jackets, these new mammoth trench coats, and as you kind of enter, Dardros kind of turns to you, Locris, puts his hand on your shoulder once again and says, regardless of what happens out there, win or lose, don't put yourself in a situation to die, my boy. Regardless of what happens, win or lose, you're accepted here, and we will move on from whatever or wherever we have to. Just make it back. Don't know this. Don't think you're not welcome, or if something goes astray, that you can't come to us for aid. We will help you. You know this, right?
I don't plan on dying today. And no, if shit goes south, I'll find another way into the academy. But we are going to give it one hell of a try. Boys, let's head out.
And Glader just runs up to Blade real quick. Hey, just want to make sure you get this before we leave. He pulls out the wrapped up scroll of Revivify, hands it over to him. Just in case I go down, we need somebody else that could, bring people back up. So in case of emergencies, save a life with this. Then he puts it in his hands.
Oh, thank you. I think this will come in handy. Is there like a certain protocol that I have to do? Like, do I have to get on, like, do I have to do like mouth to mouth or something to help bring you back, or anything like that?
Mouth to genital.
I think with me, I just kind of, pray to my deity and all that stuff. But with it being on a scroll, I think they kind of cut the corners, so you don't have to do anything crazy. Just I don't know, maybe sing it like you do with your other spells. Just imbue your desire and to have this person, not be dead. Maybe say some nice things about him. I don't know.
I mean, that is a lot of pressure, but I'm assuming this will help. Thank you.
Well, hopefully you don't have to use it.
Oh, I have a feeling we'll probably need it.
Yeah, me too. And he just walks off after Locris.
Dardos kind of stops you at the door. Gladiator, and he says, it was a pleasure to meet you, Dragonborn. I don't get to meet many. He shakes your hand and says, you and my boy come back here alive, and I'll pour you a strong drink. You got my word on that. You've always got a place to stay here. And he kind of, gives you like the predator handshake. Watch out for my boy, would you?
Don't you worry. If there's one person in this group that I'm least worried about dying here, it's your son. He's got a knack for keeping himself alive, so and keeping us alive. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him.
He nods and kind of steps out of your way, allows you to leave. As you guys kind of make your way outside this domicile, the Captain Loreless has suggested that and even procured a few boats to take you guys across the lake. And as you guys make your way down to the dock district of Silurim, many of the fishermen show you guys some respect. Some of them take off their caps as you pass and bow their heads. And some of them completely just stop doing what they're doing and halt progress to kind of watch you guys go down these docks. And as you guys make your way down these docks, Blade, you notice Lord Svelison waiting at the end of one of these docks in this very lush, velvet kind of blue, royal blue colored cape with a hood up, and he is carrying what appears to be a very large, like wicker picnic basket type of basket. And as you kind of make your way down the docks towards these fishing vessels that will be ferrying you across the lake, Lord Svelison spots you and brustles straight up to you. Blade, Silverstring, your biggest fan here. You mind if I have a word?
Oh, I've always got time for you, Fallison. What can I do you for?
Well, in lieu of things and you taking on some certain tasks that are undesirable and potentially lethal, I had hoped to lay eyes upon you once more. This a gift for you. He hands you this like pretty large wicker kind of picnic basket looking thing. He says, I just wanted to say, please bring yourself, your talent, and frankly, the best damn bard I've ever heard of back. It would be a waste for generations to lose your talent to some angry frostbitten lizard.
Oh, absolutely. My tale does not end this day. This dragon's will, but many songs will be sung about it in my party taking down this dragon. And once we get through with this dragon and maybe see the ends of what my party needs, maybe there'll be room for me to come back and maybe be a house bard, but we're talking years.
Well, worth the wait, I'm sure. And as he goes, he gives you a light bow and takes a step to leave. And then he pulls a fast one and quickly plants a single kiss on your cheek before rashly and blushingly tearing down the dock quickly, making sure not to look back.
Blade is very taken back by it, and he's kind of like, oh, well, that was a little awkward. Svelison, you'll call it to Svelison. Svelison, perhaps do you have time for one more small tale?
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
$25?
With a 25, once you call his name, he stops dead in his tracks. And as he turns about, he has like a white handkerchief he's using to either stifle a cry or maybe he's got some maybe some nasal problems, but he's very much hiding most of his face behind this like white handkerchief.
Hey, Sean, with the 21 perception, this fella doesn't have a chubby.
Hold on, let me roll for Chubb. It's not like full rager, but it is potentially like half mast.
Noted.
Attaboy. It'll be fast mast after this thing. Full mast.
So as he kind of stops and gazes back to you with a single tear beating up in the corner of his eye, what say you?
Blade glares at him and says, "My name, Blade Silverstring, fingers swift and skilled. On strings of silver I tell tales distilled, with melodies woven, a magic spell. I strum a song for you, Sullivan, and I bid you farewell." And he takes a bow.
Oh, very nice. Go ahead and give me a performance check.
A little rusty. 17.
With that, he listens from afar and he bows, kind of teary-eyed at the whole situation, and then he shuffles his feet quickly, trying to put distance between him and yourself. It's maybe in a hurry, or perhaps just didn't want to be seen as a blubbering fool.
So can I? So he gave me. Was it a basket of some sort?
Correct, a wicker basket. Looks like a picnic basket.
So maybe as he's kind of running off into the distance, Blade will kind of peek into it and kind of see what's going on in that basket.
As you kind of open the basket, it is stuffed with flowers, roses in particular. There are a dozen roses in this basket, but as you move them apart, you realize that in the bottom of this basket are 4 greater healing potions.
Damn, Sullivan. You're too good to me. These will be useful. Thank you, friend. And as he's glaring into the distance, him kind of maybe scampering kind of awkwardly. Thank you, friend.
So, as you guys kind of load up on these larger kind of fishing vessels, it does take the better part of an afternoon as you guys glide across this cold water. And, as you manage to get to the other side, the entire trip does take maybe 4, maybe 5 hours. And as you arrive in late afternoon on the other side of the lake, there looks to be like a small dock and a small fishing community set up here. And as you guys kind of come to the little dock area, the captains call out to you and say, "Well, we come out this way every morning, and we don't head back to the main city till dusk. So all you got to do is get back to this side of the lake, and we'll be happy to take you back into town, save you a day or two worth of travel going around. But wish we could offer you more help. But aside from fishing these parts and kind of staying on this side of the lake occasionally, I don't have much more to offer you."
That's fine. We will be back victorious, or we won't be back.
I suppose. Well, best of luck. The fisherman kind of helps you guys get yourselves in gear, and all of the soldiers. So now Tutu, a dozen of his men, Captain Loreless, a dozen fully armored elves, and the party kind of sit on this beach on the other side of Lake Silerin. How do you guys proceed from here?
Well, let's see if we can find some locals to ask questions about what's going on.
Oh,
I think that's our
yes.
best first
The
step.
arrival of not only this party and Tutu and his crew, but also Captain Loreless and the official royal guard. Like, there is like a small inn and tavern, and it's basically cleared out. Like, everybody's come out of their homes in this tavern on this side of the lake to like see like what the heck's going on here. Like, you easily draw a crowd rather than have to go look for the locals. They are concerned.
Chris will speak up. So we're pest control. Heard you have a giant white rat problem. Anybody have any information they can share about where this thing may be?
They kind of look scared and look back to one another, but one person raises his hand. It is like a younger boy. Can't be more than 11 or 12 or so. He raises his hand into the air. And he says, I can show you."
You're a winner. Let's go.
As the boy kind of takes off into the forest surrounding you, you guys follow suit, and he leads down a winding path, this winding deer trail that gets goes by a bunch of berries and is various other ferns and even some fruit trees that are all kind of dwarfed by these massive redwoods. And as this child kind of leads you guys down this deer path, eventually he comes to a stop. His ears and everything alert. He kind of looks both ways and then back to the party and gestures for you to get a little closer. And as you kind of lean in, and he moves a branch on some underbrush, and you look out before you, you see just a massive swath of the forest. You're almost on like an elevated portion of it, and as you kind of look out, you see just a massive swath of forest that is just frozen in ice. It no longer even resembles a forest. It looks just like icy pillars reaching up into the sky, and it's as far as you can see in every direction.
All right. Do you know where about this creature's den, maybe, or is this about all you know?
I don't. Dad says not to go into the snow. I haven't ventured farther than this.
Well, smart dad. All right, we will take it from here. I want you to get back to town, because if we fail, this thing's coming out pissed. And then I'll hand him a gold coin.
His eyes go wide at the coin and the mention of a pissed dragon, and it's mere seconds, and he's gone. He's no longer visible. He's just peeled off down the trail, running as fast as his legs will carry him.
All right, so we seem to have found the area. I don't know how we're going to track it, but this is it.
Yeah. Well, let's get out those nice jackets your mother made us. He's whip out his giant mammoth jacket and put that shit on, and then just start looking for the easiest way down into the forest, the frozen forest. Does the game trail keep like going forward through into it, or are we gonna have to like climb or?
You guys do have to kind of go through some of this thick underbrush. It's just a really thick brush full of like thorns and things. It's annoying and kind of cumbersome, but you do make your way through it. But after you get onto the other side, the it looks like as you kind of look around in this frozen landscape, it looks like this is going to be a perhaps a dangerous and a cold journey. From what you can tell, all the lands surrounding this beast's lair for miles and miles have been affected by this great worm. As you guys kind of peek around in this various like Arctic kind of like biome that you guys are in now, you guys notice like right away when you cross the threshold into this thing's territory that gray skies kind of block the sun's full strength, and the temperature drops by like 50, 60 degrees immediately. Like you go from warm, kind of temperate forest to like frozen Arctic tundra within seconds. So as you
So
guys kind of
silly.
enter, you guys, somebody, I guess the party, either you guys can do individual checks or you guys can like give somebody the help action. But I'm going to need some survival and or nature checks to kind of determine the whereabouts of this dragon, unless you guys have some magical means or something like that.
Well, my nature is +4. Anybody have higher nature or survival?
Survival's +8.
Can anybody beat +8?
I
Yes.
cannot.
No.
I have the scroll of locate creature, but I want to use that when we get like closer to like the keep where we know its lair generally is.
I could imagine Blade having Archie up in the air too, kind of looking around, but I can't beat a +8.
All right,
Oh,
roll
Sean,
with the help action.
I 100% left Tony and Buddy at Logos's parents if they would allow it.
Okay, yeah, they would be happy to take care of your pets and things for you. If I assume you guys left your mares and donkeys and Gigabraltar behind as well, or did you bring
Yep.
them along?
No, I would have taken Gigabraltar out of the portable hole and stationed him with Gibraltar, Jesus, at Locris's house.
Man, so with that advantage, I rolled on D&D Beyond, and I rolled a natural 20 and a natural 1 in the same advantage. So natural 20 for 28 total.
Oh, very nice. Logos, you are kind of looking at this white landscape and you're thinking about tracks and things and like how it's going to be hard. You're gonna have to spread out and kind of like almost you're thinking of like maybe grid formations to try to find some evidence of this dragon. And as you're kind of looking out in this like vast frozen landscape, something catches your eye. Is like a small red like pebble, and you kind of it's out of place. It's on top of the snow, and as you get close and pick it up, it's a tiny red crystal. And as you look closer with that kind of a check, you realize it is in fact frozen blood. And you kind of look on, and with your basically unperceivable eyes. Your elven eyes see much. You do see several like what appear to be hunting trails. It looks like maybe something swooped in and grabbed a large creature or creatures, tearing and fighting, and then just flew away. But these creatures would still be bleeding out potentially. But you do find one of these trails of blood leading deeper into this Arctic kind of wasteland.
So Logos will kind of like like stoop down and like kind of pick up the crystal, realizing what it is. Oh, the dragon's definitely been hunting here, and kind of point out, what you point out, the swooping motions, and point out how the one of the blood trails leads deeper into the forest. Well, guys, I think following the trail of blood would probably be our best bet at this point. And he'll kind of like pick his coat up a little bit to cover his face a little, and just kind of keep following it, tracking um the trail as best as he can.
Okay, yeah, and you leading the party along, everybody in tow. The road to this dragon is a dangerous and cold journey. All of the lands surrounding the lair for miles have been affected by the great worm. Not only the skies being gray and blocking the sun's full strength, what used to be a forest of massive tall green trees is now a labyrinth of ice-covered spikes and spires that reach dangerously toward the sky. Plants and animals alike frozen in solid chunks of ice. A deep layer of snow covers the land, and jagged ice formations pop up randomly. After, with that kind of a check, you pretty much make your way straight to the lair, but this still takes a couple of days' time. After days of tracking and hunting in the bitter cold, the beast's lair is finally found. What appears to be a mound of snow and ice with a massive gaping hole in a side leading into this dark depths lays one of the entrances to this creature's lair. Upon closer inspection, within the walls of this massive kind of igloo-shaped icy dome, there are animals, plants, humanoids. You see wagons, you see various items and more, all frozen in place, like a permanent part of this grim aesthetic. And as you guys kind of look at this massive, dome of ice and snow, go ahead and everybody give me some perception checks as you kind of look on.
That's a 29 total for Logos.
13.
8.
23 for Locris.
Did you say 8, Gladier?
Yes. I only have a +1.
12 for Blaine. Sorry, 16.
Okay, so as you guys kind of see this layer from off in the distance, with some of the higher kind of checks, some of your party members will have to point it out to others, but not only does this icy dome look like it's honeycombed, there looks like there are multiple entrances and exits in this big kind of like almost like igloo shaped dome. And not only that, but there look to be multiple, not only on the dome itself are there multiple entrances, but it looks like there are large tunnels, a handful of large tunnels around this layer. Looks like something large either tunneled in or out of this layer. So there's a few different ways the party could see that they would be able to enter. Aside from that, go ahead and tell me kind of how you guys proceed from here.
Well, I say Logos takes point.
I don't see or hear anything like in the area with that perception check, do I?
And what was your score again?
A 29 total.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, everything in the immediate vicinity is quiet, like eerily quiet, too quiet.
Uh, so do we want to just walk in? Or we want to send a little scout party ahead? Captain, what do you think?
Maybe send Archie forward.
I'm sure Archie wouldn't mind. As he looks, Archie's very nervous.
I mean, if we can get an idea of where at least a couple of these tunnels lead into, then we could probably do a multi-pronged attack. I mean, we could divide up like the guards and the rogues and send 2 or 3 separate groups, as well as us kind of come in from all angles.
Yeah, that's a good idea, especially if they all. But I mean, hopefully we'll get lucky and they all lead to the same place, and we can, strike from all sides.
Well, isn't that what Tutu and his rogues said they were best at? Being sneaky?
That's a good idea. 2-2. Grab one of your guys and scout ahead.
All right. He kind of cracks his neck, and he too is wearing some kind of like cold weather gear, but the rogues all look to be wearing like wolf pelts. It's like a wolf pelt cloak. And Tutu grabs his right and left hand man, and they take off in the direction of the layer, and they disappear behind some mounds of snow and ice.
Blade, you should send Archie after him also.
Yeah, it'd be good to have some eyes on them. And Blade will kind of, Archie will be sitting on his shoulder and just kind of throw him out to kind of trail behind Tutu and his right hand men.
Okay. As you kind of tail Tutu, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay, and I believe he has advantage on that with his keen eyesight. Oh, goddamn owl. 11.
So with an 11, you do manage to tail them, and they get pretty close to the layer. They give each other some hand signals, and all 3 of them split up. They all go in a different direction, and that's kind of what causes the confusion with Archie. So he'll just kind of stick to Tutu, who scouts ahead a bit, stealthily makes his way up against one of these cavern walls, and peers in to the cave itself, but doesn't quite enter it. He looks around, and after a short time, he makes his way back, as do a couple of his other rogues. They have like a brief meeting, a brief exchanging of words, and they all begin heading back towards the direction of the party. Now, I'll say that at this point, the party is still probably, they're keeping a safe distance from the layer, I assume. So I've got you guys, 5, maybe 600 yards out away from the layer, kind of in this icy spires and labyrinth of, Arctic frost and things. So you guys are kind of a good bit away at this point as Tutu and his guildmates arrive. And he's a bit out of breath. He's like, well, bad news. I didn't hear or see anything in the cave. Not that I could see everything from the vantage point, but, well, Micah here. He kind of looks at his one of his buddies. Says, on the other side of this structure, there's several more structures. It would appear that our dragon friend has a following, and it's a massive following. There's probably somewhere between it's a village. I'm looking at probably. What do you guess, boss? 3, 4? Tutu's like, I don't know, 5. Yeah, somewhere's like between 3 and 500 fucking kobolds. I've set up a village on the other side of this thing's lair. Like, there is a shit ton of them.
Fucking kobolds.
Well, shit. That makes things a lot more difficult.
Was it kobolds? Like kobolds?
Like
Right,
those annoying
kobolds,
little
kobolds.
lizards.
Oh, yes. Okay, got it.
Tiny
Are you s-
lizard people, and they must have just been drawn to the worm or something. Some of them are they don't look to be scaly, frosty type of reptiles. They look like they're building igloos and building little huts and shrines to worship this thing, which it probably loves. So
Well, did you see any way to get around them without being noticed?
I
Maybe
mean,
another
the
passageway?
layer is pretty big. We don't have to alert them to get inside, I don't think. But I think that the the surrounding area, it looks like the tunnels all lead inward. They all lead towards this like dome-like structure. So I think we could possibly go underground and kind of head in, or there looks to be several large holes where something burrowed into or out of the ice. We could take that route, but I'm less worried about these kobolds coming across them. They're easy enough to avoid, but when we start going toe to toe with a dragon, is he going to be able to summon 200 or 300 warriors? I mean, given the size of the village, we're looking at probably a couple hundred warriors and a couple hundred women and children and elderly types, but still, this thing at the very least has a couple hundred warriors at its disposal. Are we going to be able to deal with that and fight a dragon?
Well, don't come at us with problems. Come at us with solutions. What do you want to do about it? Is there a way that we can close off the tunnels to ensure that they can't charge in? If we get in a fight with this thing, I mean, we're going to have a hard enough time just taking down the beast, let alone if it's got a group of followers that are going to be squeezing through the tunnels.
Captain Loreless kind of speaks up, and he says, well, in my career, I've faced kobolds dozens of times. They are small, they are weak, and though they are cunning, they are often stupid and cowardly. Even though they vastly outnumber us, I believe that my team or Tutu's team would be able to cause such a ruckus within this kobold community. We would essentially disable them, but it would likely take Tutu and myself and a dozen warriors to do so. We could neutralize the threat, but who goes? Tutu and his crew, or me? Who would you prefer at your side when it comes down to doing blows with the dragon? And essentially, your choices are, Captain Loreless, who is a level 9 fighter and accompanied by several level 3 fighter underlings. On top of that, Tutu is a level 9 rogue and is accompanied by a dozen level 3 rogue underlings. So it is your choice, kind of, if you would want to take one or the other into battle and have them take down these kobolds, or some third option. This is just kind of laying it out. As Tutu points out, he kind of clears his throat. He's like, I think my guys, Captain Loreless and his guys, we go fuck up the dragon and we leave the sands of justice to little fucking lizard people, huh? If I'm gonna get killed by a fucking lizard, I want it to be a big fucking lizard. Fuck those little guys.
Locust is like looking at Tutu. It's not a bad plan.
No,
I, for one, am not going to let you have all the glory.
So Sean, would it be possible to tell what subclass either of these guys are, if any, or are they just generic level 9s?
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
That is a 10 plus 8 for an 18.
With that, I'll just give you one of the two. Captain Lorealis's subclass is champion for sure.
Yeah, I was low key kind of more interested in the rogue.
What are the odds of splitting it up and sending half and half so that we take a mixture of fighters and rogues into this?
I think the issue is which do we want? Which leader do we want to take on the lizard folk, and which to stay?
I'd say we have the captain with his soldiers take on, because they're more used to battle formations and all that crap. They might know how to protect themselves against kobolds.
Plus, he's had encounters with them before.
Yeah, and one large battle formation isn't gonna do very well, I don't think, against Angel White Dragon. Like I said, if their best work is done when they're in a formation fighting together. I mean, one frosty breath weapon from a great or ancient white dragon might wipe them all out at once.
Not to mention, if the rogues have more speed, then they'll be more likely to be able to dodge that breath weapon.
There you go, Captain Loyalist. It seems you have more experience fighting kobolds. Maybe you can dispatch them quicker. And if the fight is still going on, maybe you can join us.
Whatever you deem worthy of my skills, I will apply myself the best I am able. If bringing down this horde of kobolds assists in the overall goal, I am happy to do it.
Fight them. Just find a way to keep them where they are so they can't get in there. Both are very solid plans. We'll leave that part to you.
I will drive a wedge between them. They will be disorganized, and we will rain hail down upon them. And by the time they have regrouped, they should have be ready for a formation of elves to crash through it. So I think we could manage. This is just my wheelhouse. And once we rid ourselves of these kobolds, should the fighting still be commencing, we will absolutely enter the fray. Allies to the end. He just kind of like beats his chest and gives you like a low nod.
What kind of weapons are they carrying respectively?
Each elf has a short sword on one hip, a long sword on the other, and a golden bow and quiver cast on their back.
I don't know, guys. They have golden bows. I didn't even know we had elves on the journey. Hello, friends.
All dozen of them are like, what? They're all in like this kind of tinted blue full plate armor. The travel with these guys has not been quiet by any means.
And what do the rogues have? Just like rapiers and crossbows?
They all are equipped with like some studded leather armor. They all have hand crossbows, a dagger on one hip, and a short sword on the other.
I don't know, guys. Those elves and those longbows. I mean, if I'm anything to, judge on, they might be, good at long distance fighting as well.
Well, that's good if they have to keep back 500 kobolds. They can start a lot further back than right up on them. And then we have reinforcements.
Yeah, they might be able to dispatch them more quickly and join us in the fight.
Logus will just kind of agree with the group. Then, Captain, best of luck to you and your men and your elves. Sorry, friend. We kind of like nod towards the elves.
They all kind of give you a salute of respect, and Captain Laurelus as well. Then it is settled. I will maneuver my men to a more advantageous position. Should you we give the signal, or should I? I guess I'll wait for some sort of sign, and when we see trouble afoot, we will intervene when and where accordingly. So, I'm off. Pray we live through this, friends. And he kind of clasps your arm there, Locris, as he kind of nods his head, and then he's off. Him and his men take the long, laborious way around this kind of icy base or whatever to not be detected, and they head off in an attempt to get a better vantage point on this little cobbled village. As they kind of take off, go ahead and tell me how you guys proceed.
Real quick, Blade, what is your range on connection with Archie? Is it 100 feet?
I think it's 100 feet. Let me do. I have the spell pulled up here. Yeah, it's 100 feet. I can communicate telepathically.
And Sean, do we know about how far away they're going to set up for this village? Like how far away the village would be considered?
Well, you guys currently are hundreds of yards away from the
All right.
actual layer. So this would be taking, if you were inside the layer, you're still looking at 400 feet or so.
All right. Well, there goes my idea for a trigger. Just have Archie like grasp his shoulder. But you won't be able to Borg into him to tell him when to do it.
He could warg into Archie within 100 feet, then give Archie a command, and then Archie would obey that command. Archie just has to be nearby for Blade to give him, like, new commands.
Well, then we could do that. Have Archie stay within 100 feet of you, let him know when to go, and that would just be really, in the end, probably approximately 30 seconds of delay between when we start and when he'd get a signal. Just an idea.
I mean, that works for me.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So we came up with this plan before we separated from them.
Okay, for sure, yeah.
And then we'll...
Go ahead.
I was going to say then we'll head in.
Okay, so you guys have a bunch of options onto how you enter this layer. There are several like ground level large holes that have been burrowed into or out of this layer that kind of leave like a a gaping cave mouth, if you will. But there are also like these large caves that are just dug straight into the ground that become tunnels that head towards this this dome-like structure as well. So you could either enter underground or at floor level. But as you guys kind of prepare yourselves to make this venture, go ahead and give me one last perception check.
$26 for Logan.
15.
Dirty 20.
6.
Damn. Logos, you're the only one that hears it, and it's weird. It almost coincides perfectly with a light snow. As light snow begins to fall around the party, Logos, from off in the distance, off farther than you can see, you hear a powerful beating of wings as they make their way with haste in your direction. You have good reason to believe that the dragon is soaring through the air, heading to its lair right now. So, how does the party react? Tutu and his gang are just kind of looking to you guys to see what you guys do.
Oh
How
shit!
long would it-
Okay. Oh, guys, it's the wings are. I can hear its wings. It's on its way right now.
Well, fuck, boys. What do we do? Now, now it's crunch time.
Underground is my vote.
Yeah, he's going straight for that main tunnel. We gotta duck.
Crunch for
All right,
me.
let's get the fuck going. We do not want to be caught out here in the open.
So we will dive for the tunnels.
Okay, yeah. As you guys kind of make your way towards these tunnels and dive in, your guys' call. Go ahead and give me some athletics or acrobatics checks to dive into these tunnels. Once you dive in, you realize that you've essentially jettisoned yourself into what is basically an icy half pipe. Controlling yourself is quite a feat of athleticism or acrobatics. So as you plunge into this hole, not only is it about a consistency of an average icy half pipe, but it's about 20 feet down also. So it kind of comes with a thud. So go ahead and give me some rolls. 25, 25, 21. Nice.
A4 athletics.
And Logos?
I'm trying to see if I have advantage on acrobatics or anything. 9 total.
Logos, you hit the ground with a bit of a thud, not quite catching yourself as well as you thought. You do take 2 bludgeoning damage, but you aside from a bit of a fat lip landing on your face on your way going down, you all seem to make it into this tunnel quickly.
Logos will immediately pop 2 good berries to heal those 2 points.
Okay, yeah, you pop a couple good berries, and juicy and delicious.
That was embarrassing. Can't really go into this fight less than 100%, even a little bit.
Lucas, did you do athletics or acrobatics? Don't you have like a +9?
I don't know why, but for some reason I only have a +5, and I
are you not
messed up.
proficient in acrobatics?
Well, I probably messed up somewhere because I'm proficient in athletics instead of acrobatics, which makes no sense. But Yeah, so I have a +5 to acrobatics, +4 to athletics.
Damn.
Either way, I rolled a 4 on the dice, so it wouldn't have been much better.
So as you guys pile into this little tunnel, and you guys do hear like the ground around you just shakes as this massive creature lands somewhere, and you hear a mighty roar, and after that. You can feel this thing is so massive and so heavy that it moving around sends vibrations through the ground that you can just feel, and this beast, from the feel and the sound of it, this beast is for sure home. And as you guys kind of press forward down this tunnel, down this icy tunnel, you see light up ahead. And as you make your way towards this light, go ahead and tell me how you guys proceed. I assume stealthily?
Yes, very, very, very quietly.
Absolutely. And Renwick
Hmm.
is so the rogues are with us, correct? Because the other guys split off to deal with the kobolds.
We will retcon that when you guys were all sprinting for the tunnels, that Tutu and crew also went into the tunnels, but they, for safety and time, chose a separate tunnel. So they are in the tunnels, traveling towards this layer with you, but not necessarily like with you.
Fair enough. Then yeah, we'll definitely proceed stealthily, but specifically looking for signs of the rogues.
Okay, everybody give me some stealth checks as you make your way down this tunnel.
Does anyone have that one spell that makes us a little
Glade,
bit more sneaky?
Glade, if you give me a second, I was about to do it.
Thank God.
Um, can I? Let me see. Yeah, so I'm gonna cast Pass Without a Trace, and each creature that I can choose within 30 feet. So it doesn't say like any like set number. So if I can, I will get all of us, including Tutu and his gang.
Unfortunately, Tutu and his gang have ventured down a separate path at this point, but you could definitely hit the party for sure.
Okay, then I'll hit all of us.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me some stealth rolls, and I think add 10 to it.
21 for Locris.
Dang, I actually beat someone with stealth for once. I have disadvantage because of my armor, but I rolled a 16 and an 18, so that's 27.
I get a 33.
Holy shit!
27 for Blade.
Yeah, I rolled a 10 and got a 33. Pass Without a Trace is great for rogues.
Anybody under a 20? That's all I want to know. All right, then. As you guys kind of creep forward into this layer of this beastie, entering the layer kind of leads into this like massive ice-covered cave. Sheets of ice along the floor, ceiling, and walls, containing several, half-eaten herds of livestock, covered wagons, a wide variety of humanoids, and you notice as well as many gold and shiny treasures. They all seem to be deep beneath the ice, frozen in time. And it is here that the last snow rests. It looks to be, from the sounds of it, a loud crunching from up above, and the reverberating of this massive beast kind of moving around. As you guys kind of stealthily make your way down this corridor, go ahead and give me some perception checks.
$11.
26.
17.
21.
Renwick and Logos, you kind of you get brazen as you kind of creep down this little corridor, and suddenly, like, the ceiling seems to give way, and you kind of the sound reverberates, the crunching of ice, of bone, the scratching of this beast's claws, and you guys kind of manage to get a peek over, you run up this half pipe type of situation you're in, and get a peek at ground level. And what you see is this massive dragon sitting on a pile of bones, frozen bones, and it is just, it looks like it's got some sort of like a large frozen carcass, and it is taking huge bites out of it. It's crunching through ice and flesh alike, like it's nothing, and just this large dragon is absolutely eating something in its lair, and it's kind of centered. I'll send you a pic real quick. So, let's see here. Currently, the party is in a pit that is about 20 feet deep. Up above you guys, at about 20 feet, are these icy platforms. Up in the central kind of location, you hear the crunching of this dragon gnawing on frozen flesh and bone. And so I dropped a map in the feed. This is kind of where you guys are at. Currently, the dragon is not aware of your presence.
Where Renwick is going to go ahead and he's going to pop the other vial of poison, not the one attached to the bolt, and go ahead and prime his trident.
Okay, yeah. Smothering some of this goopy caustic liquid all over the pointed tips of the trident.
Blade is going to kind of very quietly kind of just let the group, or just kind of tell the group, like, hey, like, when the time comes, just let me know I need to walk over to Archie to notify the other party. So just give me a bit of a heads up before you think we're going to jump into the fray, because they need to know.
Well, does anybody have any traps they want to try and set, or are we just going to pop off and scatter?
Well, I think the fact that we got here without him knowing is a blessing in itself, and we should probably capitalize on it while we can.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be setting up traps or anything this close to the beast. It would have been great if we got it done before he got it back, but now that he's in his lair, I think it's going to be more of a surprise attack as opposed to trapping him.
Yeah, I think we just gotta fucking pop out and go for it. And Glader's gonna pull out his potion of growth and drink that, which lasts for 1d4 hours, which is a 2 on the d4. So for 2 hours, I am 12 feet tall and like 1,000 pounds.
As you grow large, still with the shadows swirling about you from Logos' spell. But you guys notice the Dragonborn, goes from pushing 7 feet to easily 12 and a half.
Oh, and I'm gonna like click my little wing boots together, click the heels, and the little wings burst out of the ankles.
Okay, as you guys kind of prep for the situation, go ahead and tell me how you proceed.
Do you think? I mean, with those dynamite, do you think we could like maybe lure him to the head of the tunnel here and maybe light off some dynamite?
Logus is kind of like prepping his arrow of dragon slaying. Um, we probably could once we start hurting it, but unless anyone has anything, I think before we test our luck, we should probably get the jump on this thing.
Well, I can make him think there's something within 30 feet of where we currently are.
That
Wouldn't
could
that
buy
be-
us a nice distraction. Just something to make him look one direction so that we have time to spread out a little bit.
Real quick before we do all that, um, I'm gonna holds on to his holy symbol. I'm just gonna cast a couple spells. And,
Okay, I'll tell you
yeah,
right
stuff
now,
like
if you're casting spells with verbal components, you're going to have to re-roll a stealth check.
oh, that's fair. Okay. Uh, shit. Okay, then I'm gonna hold. Yeah, no, or we still have passed without a trace.
That's
He
true.
probably has highest perception.
And Sean, I just want to say it now so that it doesn't get lost in the clusterfuck that's about to happen. But I have a scroll of bless, so like as the shit's popping off, I'd like to have that at the ready.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, that's one of the things I was going to do. So if you're going to do that, I can save my spell slot and potentially letting the
Well,
dragon.
the bless is an individual as a scroll. It's technically like a homebrewed thing that we've done before, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
but it only blessed the individual. But you could use a lower level bless to still hit the rest of the party.
We had to roll over 20 though. Well, as long as I roll a 10. Okay, I'm gonna try and stealthily cast a first level bless.
Okay, go ahead and give me another stealth check.
Oh,
Hey Sean,
yeah.
while he's doing that, a while back I have attuned to this crystal bow of fire. So I know that we said that it kind of the fire arrow kind of just um appears out of nowhere, like as if like magical arrow. Um, would I be able to stack that with like a regular arrow, or does that fire arrow just like its own thing?
It's its own thing, unfortunately. You could fire magical or regular ammunition from the bow if you choose, but the fire arrow is like a special ability of the bow.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna coat this dragon slaying arrows in some poison while we're here waiting. Um, I have one vial of poison, and Locris said he was gonna pass me another. So I'll have two vials of poison.
Okay, so 2 of your 3 arrows of dragon slaying have been poisoned.
I rolled a 21 stealth.
Oh, you lucky bastard!
Yeah,
As you
yeah.
hush the words that come out of your mouth to cast the spell, your hushed whispers happen to coincide with a loud echoing crunch of this dragon eating the skull of whatever creature it had just captured.
And I'm blessing blade. Actually,
Don't do it.
What?
Oh, nothing. Yeah, do what you're gonna do.
God. So I'm gonna go in and attack right away. You don't really have. Well, you have spell attacks. Yeah, no. Glader would bless everyone else. He would help his friends before himself. So Blade, Logus, and um, Logris blesses them. Now this only lasts for a minute, so if we're gonna do this, we gotta go soon.
Hey, boss, DM.
What's up?
Are arrows considered ammunition?
Yes, they are.
Vial of poison can coat 3 ammunitions from 1 vial, so he should be able to.
Well, there you go. You got all 3 arrows with 1 vial of poison.
What did we say that was extra on top of the arrow damage?
1d4.
Yeah,
Hell
I
yeah,
think it's a
dude.
con save versus the damage also.
Yes, DC 10 con save or 1d4 poison damage.
Or half as much on a field, or
Wouldn't that be nice?
So at this point, everybody kind of planning and whatnot. Though the dragon is unaware of your presence, let's go ahead and get initiative out of the way, since looks like you guys are gonna get a surprise round.
I am so fucking nervous right now.
Embrace death, man. It's all good.
Yeah, I probably will with my 13. Rolled a fucking 5.
Well, I only got a 12, so I'm right after you.
Oh,
Most important combat of the entire campaign, and half of us are rolling garbage initiative.
Did you say your initiative was 8 there, Renwick?
13 total.
Oh, I don't know where I got 8 from.
I have a +8.
oof.
Okay, give me just a second, boys, while I slap this together, and I'll get you guys going in order. No surprise, Logos is going to be going first, obviously.
All right, and everybody's blessed except Gladier, right?
Yeah.
All right, just making sure. I'm gonna try to keep track of all the craziness, make sense of all this.
Gladier's gonna, as he stands there getting ready, like bouncing on his toes, he's gonna kind of unclasp the necklace of fireballs that's around his neck and kind of just bounce it in his hand. All right, boys, you ready?
accidentally set it off the way the campaign
Kills us
ends.
all.
Just a giant fireball, and the dragon's just confused by the crater and all the body parts.
Yeah, that would be 11 levels of fireball because I have 9 beads and 7 of them make a 9th level fireball, and then 2 more. Actually, no, 2 more could be. That'd be more than. That'd be 13 levels of fireball. A level 9 and a level 4.
Christ.
I
You would
can take it.
You would single-handedly TPK the entire group.
and you're just casually bouncing them in your hand. What is wrong with you?
Live life on the edge. Well, I have fire resistance, so I'd only get half damage at most.
Pretty sure that's still like probably exceeds like 200
Yeah,
points of damage.
probably.
I don't know, but with your luck, you'd probably roll all ones.
Okay, ready to roll this one out. Sorry, that was a hefty bit of initiative rolling I had to do there. So, no surprise, Logos, you are first to act in this situation. How do you proceed on this unaware dragon?
Well, since this is a surprise round, would you allow Blade and Logos to go at the same time?
I would say you could hold your initiative to his. So yeah, I mean, you guys could go at the same time.
Because we kind of wanted to get the drop before Logos went, um, so he doesn't waste a turn, if that makes sense.
Okay, so how this is basically going to work is now that we're all in initiative, um, you can the dragon is not going to be able to like respond or whatever this round. So basically, we're in initiative, but the dragon's forced to skip their turn. So if you guys want to coincide or coordinate or time some attacks, the actual like official turn order or whatever really won't be relevant until the dragon can participate too. So if you want to like hold an action or you want someone to go
Okay.
first, that's no problem. Go ahead and knock that out.
All right, then I will wait till Blade goes.
So I guess Blade will head right on up and fire out. But before we even start this, can we just like I'd imagine all of us would be like, all right, we're going in, let's do this. So can I just have Archie kind of notify the other party that we are going in?
Oh, absolutely. You give Archie this mental message, and he from outside the layer somewhere flies off to inform Captain Laurelis of the time.
And as Blade kind of pops out from this underground tunnel, he'll reach out, kind of swing around his loot and take one just good strum, and you just see light flickering from the ground and kind of making its way, almost kind of like when you're driving on the road and you see like the waves of snow kind of crossing but it's light and it's kind of making its way over to the dragon. And I'm going to be casting a fairy fire on him.
Okay, first things first, before you cast Fairy Fire, go ahead and give me an acrobatics or athletics check to get out of this tunnel that you're in.
Okay, we'll go acrobatics. A +8.
It's a pretty low DC, but critical failure might screw you, but you probably make it. So Blade straight up fucking front flips from the bottom of this crevasse up to the top, wasting only 5 feet of movement. Blade, 5 feet of movement gets you out of this crevasse. So as you kind of stand toe to toe with this dragon and cast this fairy fire, what do you need from me, if anything? You might be muted.
Oh man, and I had such a good description. So you see you see this like brilliant like blue light just start to like outline the the dragon, or start to at least. And I'm going to need a dex saving throw from you.
Sorry, I had to look that up. Okay, this is a +6. 14 becomes a dirty 20.
Goddamn, it passes. So you see the light just start to like form around him and then just kind of fades away.
You see that as you call out this spell, this massive chunk of ice that this thing's gnawing on, with a flex of its jaw, it just shatters this piece of ice into like a bajillion pieces as this long, worm kind of cranes its neck and looks over in your direction. So we've got Blade's turn. Oh, anything else, Blade?
Blade will just kind of do like the almost taking a page out of Svelsen's book. He'll just kind of go, "Hello," like kind of like flicker his fingers at him.
Okay, so Logos, Blade has taken his turn. Since you're at the top of the order, what do you do next?
Well, Logus will pop out and fire off his 3 shots.
I know, I always roll so good against Blade specifically. Like, okay, I just nullify half his magic with my dice, I swear. So go ahead and give me, Logos, go ahead and give me an athletics or acrobatics check to get out of the hole you are in.
It's not great. It's 13 plus 5 for 18 total.
That's enough. The DC itself was only 13. So as you spring upward onto this sort of like icy bridge between that kind of casts over this tunnel, you pop up, taking only 5 feet of movement, and go ahead and give me 3 attack rolls. Are you using the arrows of dragon slaying?
Yes, I am for all 3.
Oh, fuck yeah, bud. Nice. Okay, yeah, give me some attack rolls.
I'm using my +2 longbow as well. Okay. First one is a 13 plus 12 for 25.
That hits.
Oh, I've never been so nervous to roll in my life. Second is a 10 plus 12 for 22.
Also hits.
Second is a 16 plus 2 for 28.
All 3 hit.
So I'm going to need a DC 17 con save.
Per arrow?
Well, yeah, it says a creature takes damage from the arrow. Creatures must make 17 DC 17.
Okay, I am going to roll this in chat.
It's probably going to be absurd, like plus 18 or some shit.
Constitution is this creature's strongest save, for sure. The first one is a dirty 20.
That one.
Yes! Oh, you lucky dog.
2 nat ones.
Ooh, 17. If it meets, it beats, unfortunately. But I did roll a natty 1 in there, so 1 success and 2 fails, I guess.
Okay. Shoot. Let's see. I'll roll because it's a lot.
Here comes a fuck ton of damage. You better tally up your die right, because you got a lot of damage coming my way.
It's too much. I'm gonna roll in D&D Beyond for the arrows. Would you allow me to retcon bonus action Hunter's Market before I fire it?
Sure, yeah, makes sense.
Okay. So that first one is a 6 plus 7 for 13 plus 5 from the d6. So that's 18 points on just the arrow. For now, just do the arrow damage. 18 points on the first one. Second one is a 3 plus 7, 10 plus 3. So 13 on the second arrow. Then 8 plus 7 on the last one for 15 plus 3, 18 on that last arrow. And then let me make sure I got it right. Okay, so first arrow dragon slain is 48 points of damage. That can either be a total or a half one, whatever one he passed, because he takes half as much on a fail.
Okay, so we'll do the 2 fails first, and we'll do the success last. So
Okay, so
I mean,
24.
I meant reverse of that. You know, the fail first. You know what I mean. Okay, so 48, 31, and one more.
So 48, 31, and 41. 2 of those are halved.
Okay, damn, yeah. You just straight bury these arrows of dragons. As this beast just kind of casually looks over at Blade, kind of confused by this bard's presence in its lair, you pop right out of the hole right next to him and unleash a world of hurt upon this creature. He roars so loud in pain and rears back that it shakes the entire lair, ground and all.
And then I'm gonna take the rest of my movement to. Is there any cover in this room? Like, are those icicle walls cover? Or are those in the air?
So if you notice, like straight to the right of this tunnel that you guys are in, there's kind of like this icy formation, but there is a few of these like ice chunks scattered throughout the map where you could potentially get at least partial cover.
So I'm going to try. I have 40 feet of movement. I think you said so. I lost 5 getting out. I'm gonna try to move to the bottom left one on the opposite side of that tunnel.
Okay, say that one more time.
So that little ice chunk. So the tunnel that's directly in front of us. Could I make it to that ice chunk that's on the opposite side?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yep, you could make it just barely with 40 feet of movement. You have 40 or 45?
I have 45, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, I have 45.
Okay, so with the 5 feet of movement it took you to get out of the tunnel, you can make it to it just barely with 45 feet of movement total. You make it, and it's about a waist high sheet of ice, and it's several feet thick.
Okay. And then I'll kind of like drop down to try to get a little cover while the rest do their thing.
Okay, great. So 130 points of damage, by the way. Fucking impressive.
Oh, holy moly.
With that, Blade and Logos have already gone. Lokris, you are kind of next up on the initiative order.
All right. I want to jump up out of the tunnel, run across to the tunnel across the way. And then while I'm running, I'm going to throw a card from the deck of illusions and hope it's something that maybe looks like it would have shot arrows or stingers at the dragon. Maybe it'll confuse it for Logos.
Okay, so I think I've got you right. You want to pop out of tunnel and head north to the the tunnel next to you.
Yeah, the one that's 15 feet across from us.
So the tunnel you're in kind of just continues straight forward. There is like an ice bridge going over the top. So if your goal is to just get to that other tunnel, you could actually just continue traveling in the tunnel. You wouldn't actually have to pop out and then go back in.
Well, that's good. Then, yeah, I'll just toss one of the cards basically where I'm at because it looks like that would be blocking Logos. So it might confuse it and then run further ahead through the tunnel.
Okay, so we'll say, does it say specifically, is it a standard or bonus action to pull a card?
Unfortunately, it's an action.
Okay, so with 30 feet of movement, if you want to remain in the tunnel and kind of head down it, let's see here, 5, 10, 15.
I'd say kind of under the ice bridge. Try and give myself as much cover as possible.
Okay, yeah, you remain in this tunnel, and you are partially covered by this ice bridge. Unfortunately, from this vantage point, you can't actually see the dragon. You don't have eyes on the dragon. But go ahead and do you want to draw a card or roll a dice to tell me what comes out of your deck of illusions?
Yep, I made a deck.
Well, fancy. Go ahead and let me know what it is.
8 of clubs, which is an orc. And because these are fun cards, today's language lesson for our word is shut up. And in German, that is Halt's Maul. And of course, Spanish is cállate. And that'll set the orc off.
Okay, so as you kind of travel forward, is there a range on your deck, or is there a specific spot you're aiming for to set this orc? Like you said, like in between the dragon and Logos, or did you have somewhere specific in mind?
Well, from where Logos shot at him, so then maybe he'll think this orc, shot an arrow. So it's kind of like where Logos was.
Oh, okay, yeah, perfect.
Out in the open.
Oh, for sure.
So I would have said it right before I took off.
Okay, yeah, excellent. Moving down the line, Blade's already taken his turn. Renwick, what would you like to do in this surprise round situation?
Oh, that's a great question. So I'm just trying to understand the height here. Basically, I want to be able to get to somewhere where I can get a shot off, but I'm trying to distance myself a little bit from the party. I think I would probably come up out of the hole to the south, like going down. Probably 10 feet, and then I'll bonus action activate that vial on my bolt and load it into my crossbow and take a shot.
Okay, so you go ahead and give me the athletics or acrobatics check to just pop out of the hole then.
It's in that one, but I reroll that. Becomes a 16.
Easily done. You scamper up the side of this thing. And which direction did you want to go again? Sorry, south. You said.
Yeah, so down. I'll go 2 squares down and then fire the crossbow with the poison bolt.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Well, it's a 4, but plus bless is another 4 plus 9, so 17.
Unfortunately, you do strike the beast, but it fails to penetrate its iron-like scales, and your crossbow bolt just kind of ricochets off its chest.
Fair enough. Can you make note of where that bolt is, just in case at some point during this combat I make my way over there?
For sure, I can put a little check mark down for you.
Appreciate it. That poison lasts for an hour, and it was expensive as fuck. So. And just for safety's sake, I'm going to use the rest of my movement. I want to go 1 more square down and 2 to the left, just to like really give myself some distance from everybody.
Okay, 1 more square down and 2 to the left. So, okay, yeah, for sure. And Gladier, you are bringing up the bottom of this surprise round. So go ahead and tell me how you proceed here.
All right. Gladiator is going to use my winged boots. I can move my regular walking speed flying. So I got 30 feet. So I'm just gonna go 20 feet upwards, so I can get to the edge of this pit, and then just fly 10 feet towards the white dragon. And then I'm gonna take off 3 of the beads from my necklace of fireballs to cast a 5th level fireball, and I'm going to toss it at the dragon.
Okay, great. Was that a deck save from me?
Yeah, it's a deck save 15 for the necklace.
This is a +6. I'll roll it in chat. It does pass its save, but that's still half damage. So go ahead and roll me out some damage.
All right, yeah. Oh, jeez, that's a 25. All right, well, it's still 10d6 halved. That's not great, not bad. So that's 12, 18, 28, 34, 38 points of fire damage halved to 19.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You land these fireballs keenly enough all around it, and as they explode and engulf the beast in fire, another a roar shakes the very foundation of the earth all around the party.
Okay, do I have any bonus actions? I already cast Bless. Yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna do, and then I'm just gonna pull out my sword and just roar back at him. It's not nearly as loud, but
All right, so With that being said, as you guys kind of come into contact with this dragon proper, let me see something real quick. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Logos, game on, top of the round. You seem to have surprised this dragon. Several keen attacks came from separate locations, and he, takes a good survey of the battlefield currently. And you guys do notice while his attention is on you, prior to you kicking this off, Logos, you see on the other side of the map Tutu and his men do emerge from some of these holes and kind of begin taking positions. They weren't as keen on the drop as you to get in on the surprise round, but they are in on initiative. So, that being said, some of Tutu's guys start climbing out of the holes surrounding this dragon. What do you do, Logos? You're up.
Can I make a perception or insight to kind of see where his attention is focused right now?
Yes. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Shoot, that's a 17 total.
Unfortunately, a 17 is not enough. Rolled pretty high on deception. You are not sure what he. You could narrow it down to a few targets. Likely those doing damage. Gladier's on the list. You're on the list, and potentially others. But there's a few targets available.
So behind this little ice wall is another tunnel that I could potentially jump into.
Yes, on the other side of this little ice wall in front of you, it's actually a continuation of the tunnel you were in before. You could jump back into this tunnel if you'd like.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna fire off 2 more shots, and I'm gonna use the magical fire ammunition we bought off the gnomes, the Tinkerer gnomes.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
So it's just a standard arrow, just with fire damage. So first one is a 18, 30 to hit.
Oh, 30 to hit hits for sure.
Second is a 25 to hit. So damage is 15 plus. Wow, I rolled max damage on both Hunter's Mark and arrow. So 21 points from the first arrow. Ooh, and then I rolled a 1 on. So 8 plus 5. 13 points of damage from the second one. So 34 total. And then I'm going to jump back in the tunnel, and I'm going to take all my movement to moving to the left on the opposite side of the ice bridge.
Okay, so you jump into the tunnel and you want to take all of your movement to the left, to the opposite side of this other ice bridge. Got it. It is a steep tunnel. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics or athletics check to make the jump successfully.
I'm going to fall on my fucking face again. That is it's a 15 plus 5 for a dirty 20.
Easily done. You gracefully dive in and begin running down the tunnel. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. We'll say with the 5 feet of movement to gracefully dive into the thing. Yeah, you make your way 40 feet down this tunnel here.
All right, that's my turn.
Okay, so as Logos kind of sprints down this tunnel, The dragon actually is going to use its legendary action to make a perception check. Give me a second. All right. So the dragon surveys the battlefield, and Locris, you are up next.
All right. Trying to look at it based upon some of the numbers. Would you say I'm 30 feet or 30 or more like 40 feet away from him?
I'd say as the crow flies, you're only about 25 feet, but you got to come up about 10. So we'll call it about 35 feet of distance.
Well, all I want to do is cast Hexblade Curse.
Okay. In order to actually put line of sight on the dragon, you'll have to leave the tunnel. So.
All right. I'll do that to Hexblade's Curse and then hop back down the tunnel.
Okay, give me an athletics check to pop in and out of this tunnel real quick, or acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
Dirty 20.
Easily done. You pop out, Hexblade's Curse, and anything you want to do before you pop back in?
Nope. When I pop back in, I'm going to pull out my scroll of Melf's Minute Meteors and cast that.
Okay, and what's the language on that? Do you have it, or do you need it?
No, I have it. What happens is all of a sudden, since it is a 4th level, because I bought a cast up, 8 tiny meteors just start to float around me. And then as a bonus action, I can send 1 or 2 of the meteors towards a target within 120 feet, and then it becomes a dex saving throw.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
And that'll end my turn.
All right, and coming up behind Locris is the dragon proper. Now surrounded by not only Tutu's men from one side, but the party coming up from another. He is going to make a snap decision here, and I believe it is possible with this 90-foot cone to get Locris's orc, Blade Silverstring, and Gladier with this breath weapon. So, Blade, Gladier, go ahead and give me some Constitution saving throws.
Is Blade? I can't quite see. Is Blade within 10 feet of me? Probably
How
not.
high did you fly into the air?
I just flew 20 feet up to get to the lip, so I didn't have to do an athletics check, and then I flew 10 feet over. So I'm technically just kind of like hovering like inches over the ground.
I
But
would
I think
say
I'm
I
like,
would say Blade's just out of reach.
okay. Well, Blade, you still get the D4 from the plus, just not the +3 for my aura.
Okay, so I do get a D4.
Yeah.
And I think you have blessed Blade.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. He just doesn't get my aura of protection, or yeah, aura of protection.
Hey, Locris, you have blessed too.
Roger.
And with Bless, that is a 26.
Ooh, that is a pass for half damage. And Gladier?
25.
Also a pass for half damage. As this thing cocks back its very snake-like head and unleashes this blizzard, this fury of cold energy, huge crystals of ice like spears just fly from this thing's mouth at a surprising velocity. And as these crystals and shards of ice just erupt and not only crash in all around you, but then they explode with this sharp, like cutting type of sensation all around you. You guys take half of 75 damage. Cold damage, to be specific. So we'll call that what? Half of 70 be what 35? Half of 5 will round down to 2. So we'll call it 37 cold damage. Locris, your orc is destroyed.
All right. Well, at least one person got use out of the bless because I'm about to lose it because there's no way I roll a 35 Constitution saving throw.
Come on, go ahead and try.
That's a 14 on the die for a dirty 20. So I lose concentration.
Did you took full damage?
I took half. Oh,
If
wait,
you
no.
took half
of
damage,
35
yeah.
would be
And
17.
half of 35, so you needed to beat an 18.
Oh, so I actually, and I got a dirty 20. Never mind.
Yeah, dude, you maintain.
You maintain.
I'm stressed. Not thinking straight. All right, cool. Yeah, you guys are still blessed.
Thank Christ.
After unleashing its breath weapon, it snarls at everyone in the room. It echoes this roar that seems to shake not only the walls but the ceilings and the ground all around. I need everybody to give me a wisdom saving throw.
You got me at the tunnel.
Yes, anybody that can hear or see this creature, but this is a fear-based effect, so if you're immune to fear or you get advantage on fear checks, go ahead and use that.
Sick.
See, what I didn't mention was I clogged my ears. Nah, it's a load of dog shit. Wisdom saving throw.
Dirty 20. Bless.
Oh, shoot. That's a 16. Oh, wait. I still have bless, right? You passed?
Yeah, you still have bless.
Yeah, you're still blessed.
Oh, with the 4 on the little D4, little caltrop. So that is a dirty 20.
I got a 14.
18 for Locris.
Wait, you said wisdom, right?
Correct.
Okay, dirty 20.
12 for Blade.
Oof, Blade and Gladier. Unfortunately, when you see this creature, when you see the massive size and scope of the situation you guys have decided to undertake, when you see this thing's massive rippling muscles, when you see the damage that has been done to it and how it still stands proud and ready to fight, you are suddenly thinking that this is a very, very bad idea. You two are under the fear effect currently. For the at least until the end of your next turn, you are both feared. The massive dragons, just its presence is terrifying in and of itself. And the two of you can't seem to make heads or tails of anything that's going on other than why the fuck did we why are we doing this? This is a horrible idea. With that, the dragon does kind of let's see. Nope, I think it's going to it moves off of this icy perch that it's kind of been standing on, and it takes some aggressive movements toward Tutu and his crew. at this point, Tutu and his dozen rogues have flushed out of several tunnels and have somewhat surrounded this beast, and it trots over to them aggressively. With that being said, the next after El Dragono is actually the layer action. So, as Blade and Gladier are kind of reeling from this massive breath weapon, the dragon, as it trots towards the opposite direction, as it trots towards Tutu and his men, he looks back at you guys menacingly with his turning his back to you, and he gives a good stomp, and that stomp actually dislodges several large icicles hanging in the ceiling, and they come crashing down towards one towards Gladier, one towards Blade, and I think the only other person within view is Renwick, so it's going to be one towards each of you. These will be a +7 real quick. Let's see. That's going to be a lot. 25 to hit Gladier, 14 to hit Blade, and Renwick with disadvantage comes out to a 13. So of these crashing icicles that come slamming down from the ceiling, only Gladier seems to be struck directly. Gladier, you take an additional 15 points of piercing damage as these large icy spikes crash from the ceiling down upon you. That being said, Blade, it is now your turn as you look on at this terrifying, massive white worm. I'll drop a new map real quick. Hold on.
With fear, I can't take actions, can I, with that? I
So
forget.
with fear, you have disadvantage on attacks when you can see the creature, and you will not move closer to it willingly.
Okay, gotcha. But doesn't affect my actual spells too much.
Unless it's like a ranged spell attack, then I think that still has to be at disadvantage if you can see them. But if it's I'm casting this and you have to give me a save, it doesn't do anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
And just so you guys are aware, the yellow stone represents Tutu, and the black dots represent his warriors.
Sean, I'm gonna use a reaction for my shield steadfast to half that piercing damage.
Okay, absolutely. You see it coming last second and tuck it under your shield as most of the damage kind of clatters upon it.
So as Blade kind of sees this dragon making his way towards Tutu and his posse, Blade is going to pull out a instrument, his concertina, and he's going to start kind of leaning into it a little bit. And as he's doing so, you might be able to see the dragon start tapping his foot.
Oh, Autoluke's irresistible dance?
Yes.
As you strum this instrument, you notice that it begins subtly, as with every step towards Tutu and his crew, the swaying of the dragon's hip seems to increase, and before long, the hindquarters of this dragon are doing quite a tap dance number as he kind of looks at his legs irritated and focuses his pupils dilate, and he growls, revealing a maw of razor sharp teeth. And he focuses specifically on you, Blade.
And while he's um, starting to do his little dance, Blade is going to he's going to go ahead and give a little bit of inspo to um, let's go ahead to give some inspo to Renwick.
Okay, yeah. How does that manifest?
He says, "Oh, Renwick, you might be half as tall, but go out there, defeat this dragon, have a ball."
I'll do my best.
So a D8 there for you.
Oh yeah, thanks, buddy.
And can I use some movement to maybe just duck into the cave that I came out of?
Yeah, give me an athletics or acrobatics check to land safely.
16.
Perfect. You take a decent jump, and you have found yourself back in this tunnel you had wandered in.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think that should do it for Blade.
All right, ending Blade Silverstring's turn, we come upon yet another legendary action. As this dragon is annoyed at its seeming dancing limbs coming to life and flailing about, it acts almost like a dog chasing its tail for a moment, as if it's trying to catch its hind legs. But as it cannot, and in just kind of more out of fury, it lashes its tail out at one of Tutu's guards. It smashes, hits true, and let's roll out some of this damage real quick. Um, Luckily for him, it's not crazy. I don't. With a taking a thorough blow, one of these guys kind of standing near this dragon, he's knocked down to a knee. He's thoroughly hurt, been bashed, but still alive. His knees are kind of shaky, but he stands and holds to fight the dragon. After that legendary action, Renwick, you are up.
Fun stuff. All right. First, I'm gonna bonus action hex, and I'm gonna hex strength, so he'll take, I believe it's disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay.
And I also do an additional d6 when I do damage to him, and then I'm gonna take another shot with the crossbow. That's gonna be a 26 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
Is he within melee range of anybody? I know he just hit somebody with his tail.
He's got reach with the tail. Nobody's in melee combat with him currently.
Damn, fair enough. All right, so it's not sneak attack then, but it'll hit. I guess that's something. Be a D8 plus the additional D6 necrotic. 8 damage.
8 total?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think sneak attack would proc here in this instance. So, but he's hexed now. And let's see, based on where I'm at, I'm going to use my movement. I'm just going to shift 3 squares to the left based on that last photo you posted.
Okay. As you begin making your way around there, Renwick, anything else?
I believe that'll do it. That's bonus action, and movement.
Okay, following Renwick, Gladier, you are up.
Yeah, alright. So I'm currently afraid, so I can't move closer. Shit, I guess I'll just use the fucking fireball necklace again till I can shake this fear. So it has a 60-foot throwing range. So I don't think I think he's a little bit further than 60 feet from me, but fireball also has a 20-foot radius.
Yeah, he's barely more than 60 feet. So if you launch it the full distance, you'll catch him in the fireball for sure.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do another 3 charges. So another 5th level fireball, DC 15 dex.
Ooh, another natty 1 for me. A full damage on that fireball as he
Ooh.
fails to get out of the way due to the constant tap dancing of his hind legs.
All right. 10d6. All right, so that's 10, 20, 25, 30, 33 points of fire damage. Toss another few beads at him.
Would you say 33 total?
33 total, yep.
This flame kind of once again surrounds and engulfs him. And, once again, a mighty roar shakes the realm.
All right. And taking a potion of cold resistance, because we completely forgot to do that beforehand, would that be would you count that as a full action? Because I know we do the health potions roll for it, but this might be different.
You could bonus action chug a potion if you'd like.
Okay, yeah. Then I'm gonna chug a potion of cold resistance. My bonus action. And then am I able to make another roll at the end of my turn to shake off this fear?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
All right. Hopefully I roll better than before. Wisdom. 18?
That's enough. You shake the fear out of your eyes, not because you're not afraid, but because if you don't, what might happen to your allies.
All right. So yeah, that's my turn. Oh, jeez.
Following that is the final legendary action. The dragon lands yet another blow with its mighty tail on the same individual, and its too much for him to bear this time. One of Tutu's men is snapped in half. But bringing up the very bottom of the round is Tutu and his soldiers. So I already did a couple of pre-rolling rolls, so I didn't have to constantly drop d20s. But three of these remaining individuals, similar to Gladier and Blade, they are dumbstruck by the size and ferocity of this beast. And they are just, they're shaking, they're trembling in fear, and they struggle to load their crossbows and discharge them, and they are pretty much ineffective. The next group of Tutu's warriors, accompanied by Tutu, under his command and direction, they let loose a volley of crossbow bolts. All of them seem to strike true, sinking into the dragon underneath one of its wings. And the third group of Tutu's men, they also unleash a volley of arrows. However, they are much less successful, as most of their crossbow bolts kind of meet this titan's sort of scaly hide, and it just ricochets off in many directions. So, with that being said, moving back to the top of the round, Logos, you are up. How do you go from here?
So did you say drinking that cold resistance can be a bonus action?
Yes, it could.
Okay, so Logos is gonna do that. Bonus action, drink the cold resistance. Um, and then he's probably gonna just pop out and take two more shots. Things like right in front of him though, if he pops out right here, right?
Depends on where you would like to pop out. You could pop out kind of by Tutu's men. You could pop out on this bridge. You could kind of pop out like backing away from it.
So I'm gonna pop out by the bridge, and this time I'm gonna take my two shots with the vengeance.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and it's just a DC 12, but if you're coming up out of the tunnel, go ahead and give me a DC 12 athletics or acrobatics.
Oh yeah, that's a dirty 20.
Okay, easily done. Only takes 5 feet of movement. You jump up and give me a couple of attack rolls.
Okay, so first one, oh oof, that misses 16. Second is, oh my goodness, I missed both. 16 and a 14.
Yeah, neither seem to land true, ricocheting off of its hard hide, similar to the crossbow bolts.
With that, Logos will drop back down in the hole and then just turn.
Okay, go ahead and give me one more athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh, but with the stupid acrobatics check, I get a natural 20.
You gracefully backflip back into the hole.
And I'm kind of mad about it.
After that, once again, another legendary action, but not a whole lot in and around him as far as melee goes. So he takes another shot at the one of these guys, yeah, and of course it's gonna be. So let me roll this out. I missed the modifier last time, but still. Same damage. Another crash from this dragon's tail into some of Tutu's crew, and one guy in particular seems to take the worst of it. And he's knocked to a knee, battered and bloody, but still in the fight. Coming after that, Locris, you are up.
All right. Locris is going to hop up out of the tunnel. He's going to hold forth his Morning Star, which now that it's a sun one, it has these sunlight type spikes sticking out of it. He's going to shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts. And it's going to come out of it like it's a laser gun just shooting at him.
Nice. Go ahead and give me some attack rolls.
Uh, 26 and 24.
Oh, for sure hit.
There we go. Fucking A. Alright. 2 10s plus 5 for the spell. So 30 points of force damage.
Oh, damn. Very nice.
Oh, I think with Hexblade Curse, I can add more. Bonus. Oh, plus another 8 points. So 38 points total.
Nicely done as your magic crashes into this dragon.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to cast 2 meteors sent at the dragon. So they'll be 2 dexterity saving throws.
Ooh, a 15 and a 9. I believe that's a fail on both.
Yep, so that's 2d6 from each. Alright, so 4 and 4. So 8 points of fire damage.
Oh, very nice. All right.
And then I'm going to hop back down into my tunnel.
Okay, give me another acrobatics or athletics check to make it down successfully.
12.
That if it meets, it beats. You slip and slide. It's not graceful, but you do make it.
Sweet. And that'll end my turn.
Okay, dragon time. Let's see. I'm going to roll a d6 to determine if it gets its breath weapon back. It does not. With the current circumstance, I believe this freaking dragon is just going to use his standard action to stop his constant dancing. So, using all of his will to power through this irresistible dance, he forces himself to quit dancing, and he looks back towards this like small crowd of warriors around him, Tutu and all his men, and he lets out a loud hiss. And instead of taking his movement proper, this white dragon leaps from the ground about this dome-like structure is roughly somewhere between 40 and 50 feet high. He leaps from the ground, turns mid-air, and digs his claws into the ceiling. He sticks to it like some sort of like gecko or lizard would in like a jungle type of setting. But as he leaps to the ceiling and gets a better vantage point on the battlefield and whatnot, you guys in the ditches, Blade, Locris, Logos, you guys have clear line of sight on him now, but also he has clear line of sight on you. And for the time being, the dragon begins to mutter arcane words of healing in Draconic. Any takers? No? No counter spells there?
Can I counterspell it?
Yeah, you can if you'd like. I was giving you the opportunity.
Yeah, I guess I'd cast a level counterspell.
All right, you managed to counterspell this dragon's healing word.
Oh, thank God.
Though it is currently stuck to the ceiling, it is roughly 40 feet now off of the actual ground. And we're moving on down to the layer action. As this beast jumps into the air, a freezing mist seems to creep in one of these doorways, up one of these tunnels, and it surrounds a group of Tutu's men. It is thick, it is emanating cold, and it is too dense to see through. So you're not sure exactly what is going on, but one of Tutu's three crews is completely enveloped in this frozen, misty fog. And with that, we are back to Blade Silverstring.
All right. So, with the fear still being feared, would I have to take an action to try to shake it off?
At the end of your turn, so I actually think I missed doing that to your last turn. So if you'd like to give me a wisdom saving throw real quick.
Still blessed, right?
Good call. Yes, I believe so. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Probably not gonna work. That's a 7. So, and
Unfortunately, you do not break the fear effect.
okay. So can I? Because I can't move towards him, right? So I have to. Is there a way that I can make my way out of the cavern or the tunnel, but without actually heading his direction?
Yeah, you could just kind of back away and climb out as well. You don't have to head towards him to climb out of the tunnel.
I guess I'm going to go ahead and do that. Just kind of get myself back out.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I don't even. If I have line of sight on him, like I don't even have to technically move out, do I?
No, currently with his new vantage point being stuck to the ceiling, the tunnels are no longer out of his line of sight.
And you said he's probably like 40 or 50 feet in the air?
He's about 40 feet in the area.
Okay. Um, I don't know. This is a bit of a stretch, and let me know if this is dumb. But is there any chance that I could theoretically cast? Is he hanging on by his claws up there?
Yes, he has dug in like kind of like a gecko would.
Could I theoretically like strike the wall where his like claws are grasped so I could try to loosen his grip so he might fall potentially if I cast a shatter?
Yeah, I would allow that. If you casted Shatter and did enough damage to the ice wall, I would make him make a dexterity save to balance his footing.
I mean, that radius is big enough. You should be able to hit him and the wall. So at least you'll do damage to him on top of that.
Right. Let me just make sure. Okay, it is 60 feet. Um, God, and I'm sure he has a good con save. You know what? No, backtrack it. I'm going to just go ahead and um, kind of glare at this dragon. And um, as he's kind of glaring, he's got his concertina out and he's just kind of like staring at him. And then you just hear like a run, 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 run. And you hear, I'm going to attack him with dissonant whispers.
Okay, yeah. What do you need from me for that?
So that is going to be a wisdom saving throw of 19.
A 16 on the or 16 total.
Perfect. So I was going to cast that at the third level. So that is a 5d6 damage, first of all. Not great. 14 points of. I think that is psychic damage. I just want to say. Yeah, psychic damage, um, and on a failed save, it must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from you, and it doesn't move in anything hazardous and whatnot.
Okay, yeah. I think in this situation, I am going to use the creature's legendary resistance and negate the effects of the spell.
Okay, all right.
It
Take that
decides
right
to
off.
it as your spell lands and begins to take effect, something deep within this legendary creature reaches out and fights it in a way that you've never seen anything but dragons do before.
And he, and I guess for right now, I think that'll be it. I don't think I can really duck down any further. Well, I don't know. I guess I just got to roll my whatever my save to see if I'm still feared, right?
Correct. Wisdom saving throw. You got to beat a 16.
16. Okay, with a +2. 17 for a 19.
Perfect. You kind of realize how the dire straits that you are in, and how your fellow party needs you, and this inspires you to lose the fear status.
Perfect. And I guess I am going to, as a bonus action, uh, drink my potion of cult resistance if I can,
Oh yeah, for sure.
and that'll do it.
All right. So moving on down from there will be another legendary action. This beast beats its wings hard and ferociously, and while it kicks up snow and ice and brings like a bitter sting to most of your eyes, you guys are far enough away where it's not too much of a big deal. However, this creature with these powerful beats of its bleeding wings, does try to make a wing attack on Tutu's boys in and around the area. To varying degrees of success. Some of them stagger and fall and are thrown to the ground. Others kind of maintain a frosty vigil covered in snow and a bit of ice, but for the most part, they all stay on their feet. Moving down from there, Renwick, you are up.
So that bolt that deflected earlier with the poison on it, am I within 50 feet of it currently?
Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 feet almost exactly.
Sick. I'm going to use my movement, burn my bonus action to dash so that I can get to that bolt, and then I'm going to pick it up and fire it with my crossbow at Le Dragon.
Okay, great. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Alright, I'm switching up dice. I'm going to try something new here. That is a dirty 20, but I... Jesus Christ, I rolled a fucking 5, but a 4 on Bless, and I have a plus 11, so...
Oh, that, what's the total? Dirty 20?
Yeah.
Oh, that hits. Just barely.
Fuck. Yes. Didn't want to have to burn my inspiration yet. Alright, so that's going to be D8 plus necrotic. And I need a con saving throw from you, sir.
$19.
Damn. Alright. You take 10 points of damage, but you pass the con save on the poison. And that'll be my turn.
All right, moving on down from Renwick, Gladier, you're up.
Okay. Now that I'm not feared, I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm just going to move 30 feet directly west, closer towards the dragon. Still hovering, just hovering just inches over the ground. I'm not gaining, don't want to gain any height yet.
Okay.
And then I think I'm just going to use the last of the necklace of fireballs, the last 3 charges, to do another 5th level fireball.
All right, another deck save.
Burn it all.
Ooh, I got a natty 20 on that one, so only half damage.
God damn it. 10d6. Ooh, that's... Oh, shit. Okay, that's good. That's 4 sixes, so that's 24, 30, 34. So half to 17.
17, very nice. As more fire envelops this large creature, howls with rage and shakes the entire area.
And then bonus action. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna use a greater healing potion on myself, so I'll roll that out. What is that? 44 plus 4. Where are my d4s? That is 8, 10, 13 plus 4, 17 healing to myself.
Very nice.
And that is my turn, yeah. Action, bonus action, movement.
Well, normally it would be a legendary action after Gladier, but it costs more than 1 to do the wing attack. 2-2 and crew brings up the bottom of the round. Where this weird, misty, kind of like frozen ice had kind of enveloped these already very afraid tieflings. This mist sort of dissipates and reveals that three more of Tutu's crew have been felled. They are frozen solid, struck out by this freezing mist that was summoned by the dragon. There are now three frozen tiefling statues, just kind of standing with a look of fear on their face. Tutu and his crew once again open fire on the dragon. All of their crossbow bolts are repelled, unfortunately, and as Tutu's second crew opens fire, similar results. 8 separate crossbow bolts just kind of bounce off this dragon's scaly hide. And with that, we move back to the top of the round. Logos, you are up.
Can I make a? Can I take a look at this dragon? Is it looking a little hurt or look to be doing all right?
Go ahead and give me, we'll say it could be medicine, it could be insight. You tell me.
Yeah. All right. Between those two, I'll do insight, and that's a 19 on the die plus 8 for 27.
So, this dragon has evidence of powerful magic being used against it. It's normally like this pristine white, but there are char marks all up and down an entire side of it. Not only that, but a handful of Tutu's crew has landed their marks, and the arrows of dragon slaying that you drove into this thing's chest seem to still be protruding out of it, and they're like, it's almost like they're they're dark. They're like darkness. They're like drinking in light around them, and it is like a very noticeable a wound that it's just bleeding profusely. You estimate you guys have done some serious fucking damage to this dragon, and with that kind of an insight check, you look at this thing and can gauge that it is somewhat of an intelligent creature. And right now, in this moment, the dragon is fight or flight is kicking in. The dragon is not sure if it should stay and fight or flee, as you guys have proved yourselves to be powerful enemies.
Well, this might be a waste of a turn depending on how you roll. But would the creature be considered airborne right now?
It has a weird ability that's called Ice Walk. It's basically spider climb for ice. So it's not flying, but it's kind of mounted to the ground. But the ceiling, rather, I guess.
Okay, so that changes a little bit. Um, um, well, in that case, I'm gonna try to keep this thing from running. I'm gonna cast Entangle on it.
All right.
Grasping weeds and vines sprout in a 20-foot square, starting from the point within range. For the duration, these plants turn the ground into difficult terrain. The creature in the area must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. So it might pass, but if not, it'd be pretty cool.
I think it has disadvantage on strength saving throws right now, but it's got a decent modifier, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah, strength DC 16.
22. No, I did it wrong. I said advantage instead. So what would that? 8 would be 16 though. Still.
God damn it. Um, yeah, that's a waste of my action. Um, can I take a look around at my comrades and see if anybody's hurt? Like, does anybody look pretty tough? including 2-2.
So, from your position in the hole, you can only see Locris and Blade. Blade looks a little rough.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then I'll bonus action healing word blade, and I will upcast it. You know what? Since he's blade, I'm gonna give him a healing word at level 3 for 14 points of healing. Just blow him a little kiss.
I'm gonna reach out and grab it. I mean, I probably can't see him, maybe I can, but I'm gonna reach out and try to grab it.
For sure.
I like fake blow him a kiss, wrap it in a little box, and fire it like I'm firing an arrow at him.
And as that bring anything else, Locus? Is that it?
Would it be possible to get under the ice bridge?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, then I will use my movement to do that, to get out of, visual range of him.
Very smart. Yeah, you step under the ice bridge for sure. Once again, bringing up a legendary action, but he cannot seem to get a whole lot in that vicinity going off. Beat his wings against, kicking up snow and ice and sending, obscuring the view all around him. But this only has so-so effect. He does manage to cause a bit of disruption in Tutu's forces. A couple of more of his soldiers seem to hit the ground hard and not get up. Moving from that, Locris, you are up.
Having pretty good success with the last one, he's going to do the same thing of aiming his plasma shooter and sending 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Okay, yeah, give me a couple of attack rolls. Go ahead and, I'd say at this point you guys have mastered the acrobatics and athletics check for getting up and down in this crevasse area. I won't make you keep rolling it. So go ahead and give me some... I guess you don't actually have to jump up as you have line of sight on the dragon. So go ahead and give me some attack rolls for sure.
Dirty 20 and a 27.
Both hit.
For 10, 14 plus another 10 is 24 plus 8, 32 points of force damage.
As this kind of crashes into this beast, you hear ribs crack and a whimper, and a splattering of blood erupts out of this creature's maw, and it eyes you intensely.
And then I'm going to launch 2 more meteors at him. So dexterity saving throw 2 DC 17.
One is a 25, however, the other is a 12.
All right, so for the first one, that's a 9 reduced by half, so 4. And for the second one, really? 5 points of fire damage. So 9 points total.
As these meteors crash into this beast, and it lets out less a ferocious roar and more one of pain, as this tremendous size of this lizard still rattles all of the realm around it.
And that will end my turn.
All right, so the dragon proper. Let's see here. Rolling for breath weapon. Guess what? Breath weapon it is, I suppose. Well, considering its angle and the cone that it would have to blast out, the dragon skitters across the ceiling and positions itself directly above both Gladir and Renwick. But as it does so, it unleashes its breath weapon upon the remaining forces of Tutu. With the 90-foot cone, it can be positioned to get all of them, actually. And let's do a little fucking rolling out here. Sorry, I had to draw some shit real quick. Okay, so now that there is a wall separating the rest of the party from Gladir and Renwick, and the dragon is on their side as well. Blade, you are up.
Okay.
Give me just a sec. I'll drop a pic in the feed. Okay, so I have kind of put it on the feed. The dragon still stuck to the ceiling summons these walls around Gladir and Renwick, and the blue circle will represent the walls on the map. So, Blade, you can't really see through these walls, but they are not high enough to shield the dragon from you. So, you still have sight of the dragon, but it has put a barrier between you and your friends.
Okay. I guess Blade is gonna just kind of seeing how this dragon is maybe whimpering more than he is roaring in ferocity. Um, Kind of jumping on that momentum. Blade is going to kind of maybe as he's uh, getting out of this or kind of poking. No, he's not even going to move. He's going to just kind of stay where he is. Um, going to kind of swing around his lute and um, kind of start playing some like faster singular notes on it, and it's uh, pretty quick playing. And then as he's doing it, you see kind of static and electricity building up around the neck of his lute, and it just shoots out from the head of his lute to this dragon. And I'm going to be casting synaptic static at him.
All right, all right. And what do you need from me?
That is going to be a intelligence saving throw.
So, with only a few left to burn, I am going to burn another of this creature's legendary resistances and choose to pass.
Okay. So I guess with that, he would only take the half damage.
Yeah, I think that's the language of the spell.
So that is going to be 8d6 halved. So I guess 13 points of psychic damage.
As you as your spell cracks off and the dragon shields itself last moment to minimize the damage, you see some of it clearly breaks through. You know, the dragon's grip on the ceiling is kind of faltering and has to reposition itself. It looks to be in bad shape. Renwick and Gladier, you are literally getting rained on by dragon blood at this point. It's being legendary action. Tries a tail strike at, we'll say, Renwick. Renwick, a tail strike comes in for you. Okay, sorry.
All right.
One's a 10, one's a 4. So with disadvantage, it would come out to an 18 to hit.
That is a miss.
This tail kind of crushes around you, flailing about, trying to find purchase, but does not. Speaking of, as this tail strike comes down upon you, Renwick, it happens to be your turn.
Sweet. So that would mean the dragon's 10 feet away from me if he's able to make the tail strike?
Yeah, he's kind of dangling from the ceiling, but he's not like pressed right up against the ceiling. He is a pretty large beast, so even though the ceiling's 40 feet up, the dragon's about 20 feet tall, so.
Gotcha. Is there any way for me to get a melee attack off?
I would say there is a significant distance between you and the dragon. You're 3 or 4 squares away, but he's straight up.
What are the odds that I could make an acrobatics check to attempt to jump off of Gladier and take a swing?
I'll say you could potentially do that. We'll set the DC at like 18, but Gladier could absolutely give you the help action.
All right, so that's going to be a plus 13. I rolled another 5, but that's an 18 with bless is 19. What was the DC?
18. So yeah, you run up to Gladier, and he gives you like a boost up and hurls you into the air towards the dragon.
All right, fastball special with the trident. Here we go. That's going to be a 25 to hit.
Hits.
I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw from you, sir. And since I am not within 5 feet of an ally, that does proc my sneak attack and my hex. So that's going to be 66 damage.
That's a 33 on my con save.
All right, you pass. 12, 17, 18. 19 points of damage from the trident. And I assume I land gracefully back on the ground. With my bonus action, I will load a firebolt in my hand crossbow and take one more shot.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
That is going to be a 21 to hit.
And that hits.
So that'll be an additional. 12 damage.
Renwick, tell me how you finish this dragon.
No shit. Seriously? I've done jack shit this whole. I'll take it. All right, so we're surrounded in this wall, and the creature's up above us. He goes running. I imagine like Gladier maybe like takes a knee so he can step like onto his knee, onto his shoulder, jumps up with the trident, and just like basically sticks him, and then slides down, just opening up this like seam in the dragon's chest if he's hanging down. And then when he hits the ground, he just points his hand crossbow up, and in that seam, he just sees a vital organ and launches a bolt. And then as it impacts, since it was fire, it just ignites. And you see like a cloud of smoke, and then hear the crashing of the dragon coming down.
And crash it does. The dragon falls 20, 30 feet out of the air, off the wall, slams into the ground, narrowly missing you and Gladier, and impales itself further on some jagged spires in and around the lair. And for the time being, you guys find yourself out of combat. And I think that this is probably a good spot to put a pin in our story for the time being.
Oh boy.
I'm not gonna lie, fellas. You guys fucking whomped me. Your prep and strategy went off without a hitch. You guys fucking murked a level 20 challenge rating, and I didn't even hit all of you. I think some of you made it out with no damage.
Yeah, I didn't get hit. What?
We agonized over this shit. Will and I probably spent like a good 2 or 3 hours throughout our workday just discussing strategy and shit. And I'm so glad that it paid off the way it did, because I genuinely was convinced somebody was dying tonight. But we also, I don't think we're accounting for having so much help available.
Yeah,
we did.
I figured I would level out the thing by sending some guys with you. But also, I was so stoked that none of you took your cold resistance shit, and then I could not get my breath weapon back to save my life. It was so bummed.
We were talking about it. We have like a behind the scenes chat, and I brought that up after the first round. I was like, "Wait, fuck! Did anybody take that?" And none of us did. We were just like, "Oh, fuck."
Yeah, I was so excited to fire off my arrows of dragon slaying. I forgot about any like defensive support preps at all.
I think that one situation, you investing in those arrows and then cracking them all off, that was a massive hit. That was 130 points of damage before the fight even started. Like, that is what really tipped the scale in your guys' favor there. Or that fight went on 2 or 3 more rounds, and that's 2 or 3 more potential breath weapons.
Yeah.
It only cost me $16,000 or gold,
Your entire life's fortune.
pretty much. All for the fear of getting destroyed by this thing.
That's fine. You're gonna make it back, and now we've got a bunch of extra gear we can use in the future.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% taking a tooth for Tardot.
I'm gonna grab a
Yeah,
tooth.
this is a big ass dragon we're going to be parting out. I'd imagine between that and the horde it inevitably has, like, we stand to make a fair amount of coin back right now.
Yeah, we got to keep the horde from Captain Loreless though. Just say, we didn't find nothing. Send him on his way. So I know it's an obvious question, but Tutu didn't. None of them made it. They all died.
Tutu lived, barely. Tutu had 2 hit points left by the end of that breath weapon. But his entire entourage was slain.
Gladiator, you should cast some Revivify on his left and right hand man at least.
Listen.
Fuck that. That's our diamonds.
Those are expensive diamonds.
300 gold.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, I was considering. I figured they all died, but I was gonna say we should revive Tutu because he's kind of a symbol for the community. But well, he's alive, and quite frankly, we run into death pretty often, so probably best to save the scrolls. If we can't bring them all back, it's like when you bring food into class and teacher's like, "Well, did you bring enough for everybody?" Well, then you shouldn't eat it.
Which people we
He
were like?
lost all his friends. We literally came from a place that sells magical scrolls.
Yeah. If it was Tutu, I think I was playing. Okay, if Tutu goes down and we have we don't burn any revivifies, I was going to use one on him, but he's still alive. So
Yeah, fuck all his friends though.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about him.
We know you don't, Locris. That's why I'm talking to Gladier. Oh shit!
plus, I only have how many spell slots? Because it's a 3rd level spell. I only have 2 3rd level spell slots, so I could with the spell scroll, I could bring back 3 people.
I mean, more than enough, so he's not alone.
He's not alone. He has us.
Oh yeah, we're immediately gonna fuck off and go about our lives. He's gonna be left to pick up the pieces.
He dies a martyr. It's a good thing.
Yeah, knowing
I'd rather
Tutu, he'll
die a
probably.
hero or live long enough to become the villain. Let him die a hero.
You've got a fair point, and Renwick summons an ethereal tentacle, finishes him off.
Kill him in cold blood. Jesus.
It'll mean more to the community.
Yeah. There are worse things than death, friend. And then just shoot him with an arrow.
For some reason, I picture Renwick's tentacle in the corner, smothering this guy with some chloroform rags or something.
He must never know about the horde.
Rest easy, friend. Knowing Tutu, he'll probably flip that and get more business for his bars.
Well, lads, I'm going to have to take off. It was a fun sesh. Keep in touch, and we'll do this crazy thing again soon.
All right, guys. Later.
Absolutely. Another dragon down, boys.